Hello, everyone. Welcome to another day of VCT Game Changers EMEA. We're at stage 3 here, where we will be deciding who will be our final 3 representatives from the EMEA region. I'm Zach, once again joined by the wonderful Saren here today. And how are you doing?
I'm really fine. And right now, I'm so excited for this matchup because BBL, I've been waiting for this roster since stage 2. I'm so curious of how Jada's contribution will play out today, Zach.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, BBL Queens, they've got they've got their newest joinee coming in, and I think historically last year they were think one of the strongest teams, definitely top 3 by any measure here. We do have our current group stage standings here though, because this is day 2 of the group stage. So taking a look at it, of course, we had KC win their first match with a 2-0 yesterday, and the second game where Heroic was playing against Valiant, even though they were able to take map 1 after like multiple overtimes, it was 17-15 or something like that.
Yeah.
Valiants were able to make the reverse sweep to win that series and get to the top of their group. Now, I think in terms of map differential, KC gets like a +2 because they won as a 2-0. And unfortunately, for Heroic, they only get a -1 instead of a -2, which is good for them. So if they can win today, it's gonna be looking better. But like you said, it's gonna be quite challenging because they are up against BBL Queens. And this is a team that really needs no introduction in terms of their history as well as their players. I mean, look at them; they're absolutely amazing.
Yeah, they're amazing for sure. And in the match of yesterday, they really performed well actually. But this BBL roster again, I'm really interested in how Jada's contribution will play out in the stage. I feel like Philippa is still the IGL, but Jada has done IGL work before, so she has that extra insight going into this, and it's gonna be really interesting to see how her contribution will play out.
Yeah, definitely agree. I mean, there's like a lot of familiar faces on this team from last year. If you were watching, of course, Alkia and Philippa, both of them looking really, really consistent. And Alkia, of course, has been continuing to pop off on that duelist role. More on that later. But yeah, the rest of the team as well. I think Wen's one of the most clutch players I've ever seen on that Sentinel Killjoy role. And of course, Philippa, like this year, it's been much more of a challenge. We've heard it in previous interviews from her as well about, stepping into the IGO role and kind of having to be that older figure for the rest of the team when so many of them are so young. So like you said, having Jada jumping in on this team, it's got to be a little bit of a help when it comes to that second IGL role, or just having that additional bit of input when you have that experienced kind of player coming in. But of course, we've talked a lot about BBL Queens. We've got another team on the opposite side, of course, Heroic now.
Yes.
I mean, I was very excited after watching them play yesterday, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Lida's performance yesterday, we kind of talked about it before in the pre-match, but it was so amazing. I feel like she was the anchor that her team needed, but it wasn't enough to get to the finish line in the end. But still, her performance was something to be noted.
Yeah, for sure. I think a lot of those rounds, in terms of impact frags, Lida was definitely popping us, especially on that map number 1. Like, so many of those clutch plays, multi-frags really came from Lida being able to hold down the fort. I think also Fluxy is another member on this team who I would like to really commend, because just one of the best Sentinel players we've really seen this side. And of course, I know they're not playing today, but shout out to Oddwood Out, because both Fluxy as well as Jada on the opposite team were on Oddwood Out. They're still the best unsigned team in EMEA. So, if anyone's looking to sign a good GC team, you already know where to go. But yeah, shout out to them. And for Heroic, I mean, like you said, they looked really good yesterday. It just felt like to me, they kind of struggled, especially towards that map 3 when the momentum had shifted on that opposite side. Also, just an update, I think that with Jada coming into BBL, it is going to be Jada on that IGO role. So yeah, Philippa can go back to what she excels at doing, which is just being like an absolutely bonkers initiator. So yeah, for both of these teams though, I think the driving tip of the spear does tend to be that duelist. So let's take a look at the head-to-head for both of their star duelists here, Alkia versus Adora. Now, we saw Adora in action yesterday for the first time this particular stage. In terms of ACS, just absolutely popping off. I think mostly plays the Jet as well as the Raze here. Very common duelist picks. But Alkia, I mean, Sarah, you know better than anyone what a crazy beast this girl can be, especially on that Raze.
Yeah, you know what I say about Turkish players, but it will be really interesting. So we have an interesting set of maps coming out. I'm really looking forward to the match of Alki and Adora, especially on pistol round. So maybe we'll get to see some Jet Sheriff action. I'm really looking forward to it.
We've already been talking a lot about the GC Sheriff. So yeah, what's like Alkia Sheriff? That's like an additional buff, 2x the buff there if it does go that way. But let's think. I think that we've been talking a lot about the players that we're looking at, and I think I'm really excited for this particular match because this is the first we're going to be seeing of BBL Queen since that stage 2 ended. So really excited to see what they've been cooking up since then, especially with Jada joining as their new IGL, what kind of strats they have coming into play, etc. But let's take a look at the map, Vito, because I'm kind of curious to see where we're going to be going today for our games. Do we have it ready? I think.
Yes,
or I'm not
I
sure.
think so.
Oh, there we go. Wait, it's loading up.
Yeah.
Let's see. All right.
Come on, production.
Oh no, it's already banned.
Come on. So BBL, the first map selection is gonna be Lotus, and Heroic picks Attack. That's nice. And now Heroic is going for the Icebox pick, with BBL picking Attack, of course. And now, drum rolls, Haven banned.
Ooh,
Now,
okay.
Okay, Scent ban. That's a good change actually, because we see a lot of like these Turkish teams love playing Ascent, so it's gonna be really interesting to see Sunset as a tighter map if Heroic Walkers push it and take BBL there.
Or the other way around,
Yeah, definitely.
I wouldn't be surprised if Heroic are fired up after that loss yesterday. Like, it was a very close match. It went to all 3 maps. I think our commentators had a very long night, but well-deserved win by Valiant there. But Heroic, this is their chance to kind of prove, all right, yesterday was our warm-up day. Today is going to be when we're really looking to push the game to its paces. And I mean, maps of choice, right? BBL picking Lotus, it makes perfect sense to me. I mean, last split as well, they had like 100% win rate on it. They didn't lose it one time in stage 2, if I'm not wrong. So very excited to see if they can keep that kind of gameplay going, keep that kind of clean streak going here. And I mean, Heroic picking Icebox as well. It's kind of nice to see this, because this is a map that they kind of struggled against in the past. They actually, if I remember correctly, this is the map where they did get 13-0 last stage. So yesterday they looked much more confident on it, and I'm hoping that they can maybe learn from their mistakes and bring things back. And I mean, honestly, if it does go to Sunset, like you were saying there, sir, and I think it could be anybody's game, because it's just that kind of a map. Sunset, it does tend to be a little bit attacker sided sometimes, where people have kind of like adapted comps and stuff to deal with it. And kind of excited to see what these teams are going to be bringing to the table if it does go to Sunset.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough though. A lot to start with the BBL, so I think our Agent Select is ready. So let's see which comps these teams picked for today. I think BBL. Okay, just coming right in. The Fate picks for both sides. I love that, and the Omen as well looks pretty familiar to me in this map. But do you think any surprises here from both of these teams, Zach?
I mean, if it wasn't Heroic playing, I would say that the Chamber pick would be a bit of a surprise. But we already saw Super Frog kind of pop off with this agent yesterday, so not surprised to be seeing a reprise of it. I think BBL, they've kind of stuck to what's tried and tested here. Personally, what I'm really excited for the most is Philippa on the Breach, because Philippa on Breach is just like a whole other level of play. I think the only person I've seen on Breach who comes consistent is G2 when they do run the Breach, like on Split, for example. Mimi tends to be absolutely spectacular. But yeah, Philippa is like up there in terms of Breach players. And I think her combined with Alkia on the Raze can be just such a deadly combination if you're not prepared to deal with it.
Yeah, definitely. And BBL starting on defense now. And Jada, as a Smokes player, I mean, she was like the anchor in her team of Odd One Out. So I'm really interested to see like how she will play as the BBL IGL now, as you said.
For sure. I mean, the thing is, Philippa, even when Vanya was IGLing, I think that she did have a little bit of experience in, handling that kind of mid-rounding, or at least like in situations where her input was needed. So having that kind of backup now, her being able to go back to her original role, really gonna help here. That said, the Heroic going for a very quick push onto this B side. They've taken control, and it seems like BBL opting to play for a retake, but it's a fake ploy. They've made the impression that they're going to be. The problem is smokes are an issue here right now. With Lida's wall already having been committed, they're gonna have to take a lot of chip damage from the utility as they make their way onto site, and they should be able to handle that. But Lida on the lurk. We were talking about this 1-for-1 though.
Yeah, Lida, a good pick there, but not enough just yet. Heroic has a spike planted, and BBL can convert this one around. They're making their way from waterfall, but not much pressure is being established just yet. So Heroic has to watch out for
Oh, the
all sides
paranoia.
here. Okay, waiting. Fluxy just swings down like that. 2 kills for the classic, and Wenz tries to strike back. Okay, gets 2 kills, but the time will not
Oh.
be enough. Adora gets the pistol round once and for all.
Really nice round there by Heroic from end to end. I think, in particular, Fluxy being able to hold down that close angle towards Waterfall and just not being impacted by the paranoia was able to isolate these kills and get both of them fallbacks to safety as well. Nice effort by Wenz there, but at the end, the off angle by Adora, like you said, just a clean headshot to close out the round. Got a little bit closer for comfort because Wenz was at a 1v4 and managed to bring it down to a 1v2, but all as well as that ends well. Really great pistol there for Heroic, and that's gonna equip them with an insane amount of tills. Look at this buy, sir, and they've got 2 Vandals, 2 Bulldogs, and an Outlaw and Super Frog.
Yeah, the anti-eco is really playing out, and they currently seem like they're more anchoring on towards the A side. Let's see if they will make good use out of it. The Prowler went in. So in the A side right now, just going in, and BBL looking for more information here, but nothing has detected their Killjoy utility yet. So you can just see Jada and Philippa just waiting for all of his utility to be committed, but Heroic will change their minds in the end. Spike is being rotated for C side again, hopefully.
Problem is
Scylla-
they haven't really.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I was just gonna say they were. I was just gonna say they haven't really been able to find a pick yet, so it might make this retake look very easy here, or sorry, more difficult here because they haven't been able to really take any of these weapons out of Heroic's hands. Just want to be one player kind of hanging around towards the top site, watching for a possible pick here, but the dark cover hasn't faded yet, so Proxima not gonna be able to take any advantage of that kind of situation. It's gonna come down to the rest of BBL now and the kind of sharpshooting that they can really do here. Sheriff in 1 player, Classics in the remaining 4, and it's an open plant as well. Already Vandal takes that first contact, clean shot from Adora to start things off here, and the rest of the players are going to try to funnel into sight with the help of this Viper Orb, but still, these angles, every single one being rigorously watched right now, and Lyda on top of the box, double kill for her. 2 players left to make that one, and Alkia, Sheriff in hand, unable to find nothing, and Andalusia flawless here, as it's going to be the conversion round for Heroic, flawlessly converted.
Definitely. They played it so flawlessly, and Zach, I'll have you notice. So for the past 2 runs here, Proxima has been like more like anchoring on towards the C side, and Heroic has read this so perfectly, so they know it's kind of like their kind of weaker side, and you can see like the adaptation from BBL now. They will be going towards the C side again. At least that's what their intention seems like, but right now BBL has adapted for this new strategy that they realize has been, not working out. So I love the quick adaptation from them, but here Super Frog just gets the first kill like that onto Alkia, losing their duelist so early on. It won't be really beneficial for BBL.
Killed my bot.
For buying delay as well, like you really need to have Alkia's utility, and with that being gone, the retake gonna look much more difficult. But yeah, BBL, they still are willing to hold this aggressive position, and Jada rewarded for it here. Super Frog takes the isolated peek and is able to find the kill. 4v4 situation now, and unfortunately for Heroic, they haven't been really able to take too much space on the rest of the map here, looking to retry their chances towards A. If they do go towards B, they've got a pretty nasty surprise in the form of Philippa waiting. So yeah, it's gonna have to be just a push through, contact push through the smoke once it falls. Oh my god, Jada, disgusting.
Jada has predicted the smoke being a cover for them. Oh, we could have almost gotten the second kill here. I mean, if you're Heroic, where do you go from now? It's like there were 2 BBL players, 2 initiators on the B side. But okay, so this seems like the only option here, I feel. But yeah, their utility is so ready for this. Adora looking to go onto site. Okay, they have established like a B connection here, but let's see if they can continue. Whens they do not notice her. But the plans, okay, it does not go down. 7 seconds on the clock. Fluxy now alone, and Spike is out of reach. Unfortunately, she can do nothing but save a Vandal.
mean, honestly, not a bad round for Heroic. Like, sure, they lost it, but they managed to get 3 players down from the BBL side, save a Vandal with full armor, and now I think they're on track to even buy an op for Super Frog. So, I mean, BBL, they managed to bring things together in the end, but it was very, very expensive for them. So this next round gotta look a little bit dicey in terms of the purchase. That said, though, a couple of very basic mistakes, but overall the trades looked decent for the side of Heroic. That's looking at the buy BBL, they're gonna be able to scrape it together, but yeah, just a Guardian, sorry, a Bulldog for one of the players. Guardian swapped out for half armor instead on buns. Looks a bit rough, especially with this op 4 Heroic coming in.
You see, both of these teams want to establish a strong A connection here. I mean, the entry frag from Super Frog in the last round made BBL, you know, really paranoid. So they're really trying to anchor down on the site right now. Let's see if a huge fight plays out here. So much utility being thrown left and right. The initiators can't quite find anything though. Okay, Alkia pots like that. Super Frog, the op is gonna be saved just out of the way of BBL. But yes, for sure, it's a quick adaptation from one of these teams. Now, BBL has read it so well that here will be rotating off the sea.
I like this play as well, Wens, you know, knowing that they can't really anchor alone against this flood of players, just gonna be able to clear out. That said, Proxima tries to make a play. Gonna be a 1-for-1 trade, though Wens making the numbers a little bit more even. Wens, in fact, gets more than her fair share, leaving Fluxy in a 1v2. No ultimate available either. Fight gonna be able to get retrieved here. Does have an opportunity to plant while the rotation comes in, but Fluxy looking for perhaps an additional kill. In fact, even trying to maybe fake a plant or something, just hoping that BBL gives her an additional fight to be able to try and get here. Taps the spike, goes for the peek, and yeah, double peek there. Wins just good for 3 on the round. Has her lockdown as well, and BBL, they recover with the strong second round.
Yeah. We can immediately see how fast BBL reacts to these situations, Zach. I mean, we can see that they were kind of weak at first, like in the pistol rounds in the seaside, and they saw that Heroic was, you know, abusing that. So they immediately kind of rotated and make sure to make those necessary changes. But I feel like Heroic maybe should be playing this like more actively, and maybe should be hitting the B sides like more like without fear, because I feel like they've been trying A and C a lot, so BBL is way used to that, and I feel like it could change the round if they try for a B hit actually.
It could, yeah. I mean, I think for the most part as well, it's more of a rotation side for BBL. They've got like one player anchoring it. Proxima does tend to take early info with the fade, but after that, they kind of back off of it. So could be a possibility. But so far, at least after these first 2 rounds, BBL have been quick to rotate. I think they realize that Heroic likes to go around as these groups, especially they're sticking to the safety numbers concept kind of. And this Lurk on Lida unfortunately hasn't found anything. So the rest of the team kind of forced to rotate over to try and help her make some kind of headway onto this A site. They get closer, probably looking to go through that door here once that toxic cover goes down. And yeah, I think the door being open, that's a sound cue. The rest of the team nowhere to be found, but that's no problem. BBL, they're great at these retake situations.
Yeah, right now A side is Heroics, but that could change. Yeah, the spike. Yeah, definitely. They have an ult for retake as well. Now the team, they're waiting for each and every player to go for this retake. Oh, meanwhile, Jada, a perfect play by her, unseen by us, but so many else going online.
Oh no. That's unlucky. At least Silly able to find a kill, takes down Alkia, but here comes the Nightfall already invested by these attackers here, and they're buying time on the clock. Fluxy able to get one and possibly get away as well. So now a 3v3 situation. Numbers still kept even here, and the clock ticking. They've got to try and go for the stick here. Philippa, with the help of the dark cover, looking to stick the spike, and the defense is perfect from the rest of BBL. Jada keeping her safe, and that's the defuse done under the cover of the smoke here. Proxima gets the last 2 kills as well. Insult to injury. To be fair, that was a 50 round for Heroic, but they had all the tools to win it. Just that BBL, they just stuck the spike under their noses.
Yeah. So much utility being invested, and Heroic, they couldn't protect the side in the end, and it's such a shame because, yeah, I mean, so many utility was being like thrown left and right in C so early on. I feel like if that, you know, if that was saved for A, like it could have been more like established, their force on A, but unfortunately they did not have that much like firepower going into A and like actually being able to anchor down on the side. So I feel like it's what cost them the round. But let's see now if they adapt for like a slower play style, because I feel like they've been just like showing pressure on A and immediately rotating to C and vice versa. So I feel like they should be wanting to like throw BBL off their feet right now.
Yeah, I think they're trying to just rotate around, break utility, but BBL is just not biting. They're like, all right, guys, we're gonna just let you take the side if you really want. We'll try to get some kills while pushing, but otherwise we're really good at these 5v5 retakes. We still have that lockdown on Wens, so BBL are chilling. They're not really looking to contest too much, but the problem here is that lockdown, they have to have plays to work with it. Wens is gonna hear this, and again, yeah, just gonna fall back. This Viper spit, the problem with this ult is that it gets negated completely by that lockdown, especially looking at that position. So it's gonna be important for Adora to be able to hold down this heaven position. They're aware of it, which is why they're playing so aggressive right now. And the rest of the BBL, they're here right now. Boombot already there to try and clear this off. Here comes a Seize Nade combo. A Satchel actually able to save Alkia's life there. That looks really, really dicey for a second. And here comes the lockdown. No way to break it. They're gonna have to fall back or fight it. And it seems like the call here right now is to be able to fall back. And I mean, the way the spike is planted, it is gonna be diagonally visible. But still, with that smoke coming in, we've seen the problem before.
Yeah. Okay, Adora is silly. Okay, denying these plans right now. Okay. Such a short amount of time left, and I feel like it's gonna be enough to win Heroic the round, but that was so dicey, Zach.
Yeah, I think it was incredibly dicey, especially with the player being trapped in the lockdown as well. But yeah, I mean, it works out. And overall, I think both of these kills coming through, the players inside of the cave able to hold down the fort and actually deny the defuse from coming in. That was the key victory point. Timing really well played there by Heroic to be able to get out and get back in, to be able to hold down that angle and prevent the defuse from coming through. It seems like they've learned their lesson for sure. And yeah, with the help of that, be Heroic, they're going to be able to not only get themselves a third round, but also break the economy here for BBL. And they have no ults really to try and compensate with either. So round really well done, I would say, at the end of it. Felipa, though, able to break the haunt with the rifle. Hero rifle looking to get a kill or two, but unfortunately falls early. So yeah, that's going to be the hero rifle taken down. It could be retrieved possibly with the help of the dark cover. But yeah, look, he's still looking a little bit rough.
Yeah, definitely. To praise Heroic, I feel like, for the past couple of rounds, they realized that BBL has, more like sentinel pressure, and like they have way too much Killjoy utility on main. So they haven't been really trying to tread that. Okay, Jada, the swing out is massive and still alive. Okay, she tries to get more kills, but fails there. Silly, good for 2. And they're making their way, but did they expect Wens? Oh my god, she barely missed that, unfortunately. And now they have a good entrance into the side, and Spike will go down pretty early on.
3v2 situation. Wen's going to be able to come back around on the flank and pick up a rifle. So suddenly this round looks much more doable, especially with Alkia having the showstopper. All 3 players towards site here, 2 towards cave and 1 towards that backside. Position has to be perfect right now in terms of how they're playing this. And yeah, this is Fluxy's round, honestly. It's just distraction, utility being tossed here, sound being cut, and the angle perfectly found. Fluxy gets the kill, and now it's all up to Alkia here. A 1v3, the crossfire impeccable, and Heroic, they take the lead with the help of that round. Really cleanly played throughout, and I think they've also been able to adapt their post-plant and post-plant plays, knowing that BBL likes to come in, and I think it's just been able to, they've just been able to prevent BBL from taking these swing fights that they like so much in company. They've been able to isolate these fights, and taking those 2v1s, they are just excelling at winning them out.
Okay, I feel like the BBL has been good so far in reading Heroic and making the necessary adjustments to like according to their playstyle. But you see this timeout here is like, I feel like the last round was quite like unexpected for them because Jada, I feel like if she could have gotten a few kills with that paranoia, it would have been like what mattered really like in that round. But since I missed that, I feel like that's what this timeout is for.
Definitely. I think that it's just about how they can adapt to how Heroic is currently playing right now. I think they've realized that BBL like to go in for these full retake setups, and all they have to do is burn enough time on the clock. 40 seconds is, it seems, it might not seem like much, but in the heat of a battle, it can seem to be quite a long time. So Heroic, they've managed to figure out a strategy, use the fade util, save the raise util, have a couple of have a molly left to play if that's necessary. And I think that's what they've been really excelling at doing. Now BBL, I mean, like you said, they have the showstopper. They've got the buy coming in as well. This is their round, a round they need to win to kind of break the momentum that Heroic have been building up here, especially on this attacking side. You know, you can't let a team get away with too many rounds in a row. Otherwise, it's just going to steamroll and look really, really difficult for you in the opposite half. And I mean, BBL, their attacking half does look really good. So all they have to do is try to keep things even here. A nice satchel grenade by Alkia. Still, Superfrog able to get the kill though. 1-for-1 trade, and Jada actually going to hold down the position.
There's an impressive start here, but you can see Heroic, they want to go to C really, really fast. And all of the skills are utility. Okay, it was on main actually, and it was just like being broken really early on. Okay, Silly get the head kill in that fight, and Spike will go down pretty easily in C. Oh, not you said, I feel.
I feel like you almost cursed them there, Sarah.
Yeah, sorry.
All right, they got it down at the cost of Adora's life, but yes, they get the spike down. Silly again with the trade. Silly has just been incredible this round. A third kill already for them, and with the help of the Haunts, it's gonna be Lida's Molly to take the kill on Proxima. In fact, through all that spam, weakening her so much. So yeah, another incredible round for Heroic. And talking about heroes, that round was definitely all Silly. You know, being able to not only get these trades consistently, but just on the site, getting this first entry onto Wens and continuing to keep getting these trades, like trading out Adora, the kill towards the second kill as well towards Philippa. Just incredible work coming in. And that round, yeah, I would say that round was completely because of Silly.
Yeah, and I feel like Wen's kind of triggered her mollies a bit early on. I feel like if it was, you know, committed more like later on in the round, it could have changed the trajectory of that, but unfortunately not. Heroic continues after the timeouts, and yeah, you can still see like they love hitting C, Zach. So the BBL will try to like anchor down on the site more the two initiators to support their sentinel. Okay, but it's about to be committed the Nightfall and the nade combo kind of spots some players. Oh, so much pressure here, but it's not being committed at the end. It's a fake ult.
Nobody really going in. Superfrog 6 a headshot for their trouble. And Jada able to get away, uses both those shadow steps to fall back, and yeah, they're heading back towards A side, but Alkia still on the watch for the cross, takes out Fluxy. No more smokes available for the attacker side. They've still got about half the clock to work with here, but time is ticking, and they got to make a decision as to where they want to go. Still seems like the plan is to fake C and head to A, and this time around Superfrog actually finds the kill onto Jada. Bit of revenge found there, and a Spike, it's well on its way right now to try and enter the site, but they've managed to reposition them. If they're way over to be here, it's been left open.
Yeah.
It's what you wanted, Saren. Let's see if they can make it work.
Oh, definitely. They have way too many corners to check. Okay, Adora the swing out. Counters a Nightfall so well here. Wen's kind of trying to make her way through all of these players cornered. Okay, this ult could be everything here. The counter ult online to do something, but it's not enough. The nade. Okay, the swing out doesn't work. Lida gets a 2 kills, so security round. Heroic are looking on fire.
Yeah, they've just been looking great these past I think that's like almost 4 rounds in a row. Yeah, it is 4 rounds in a row, and really well played there by Heroic. Despite Alkia getting this kill, the reposition towards B, Superfrog hanging around to take out Jada, and of course the timing on this peak from Adora gets her the kill onto the Fade, as well as gives her that showstopper for that additional bit of pressure, just denying the players from BBL to peak in unison towards that area, towards that link. And after that, I mean, just nothing that BBL could really do. Once again, gonna be left with dregs of economy left in their bank. Nothing really to work with. I mean, Wens could charge up the Killjoy. I also think that's the priority this round. And they've got the Ruling Thunder as well, but look at this push.
You can see BBL being curious here, right? All of sides, and even though they don't have the gun advantage, they're trying to have the upper advantage here. And Proxima, it works, but only for 1 kill. Adora gets second one.
No way.
Nokia there to back it up. Oh my god! Like, what is happening here? A sheriff, like Turkish sheriff? Hold on.
GC sheriff, man. I don't think the GC sheriff has like nationalities. I've seen it like from APAC to NA. It just hits different.
Definitely. And Heroic, you can see, I feel like they were afraid of the pressure somehow on C. So you can see a little bit of, like, they're trying to hit A, but they have to clear Alkia here. A spun for the smoke should do it.
No way, Alkia!
Alkia! The 3 kills! It's so good. Fluxy counters it 1, but 35 seconds. They have to act fast right now.
Yeah, just Foxy left alone. Does have the from the shadows, but you know, you'd ideally like to get a kill here before you manage to TP over to the other side, especially in a 1v3. You don't want to leave these weapons to get retrieved by the side of BBL. The problem here is time. It's just so low, and everybody's hanging around here. Fluxy able to isolate the kill here. Now time to use the from the shadows, get the hell out of dodge. 7 HP and a dream quite literally here for Fluxy to be able to try and clutch it out. And it's a safe plant that's coming through here. Counter Omen ultimate used, of course, to try and TP over towards that backstab. It's a pincer is what we're trying an attempt at what we're trying to see here, and neither player has managed to pick up a rifle, so it's just gonna be the sheriffs against Fluxy. But I mean, when you're 7 HP, it's still gonna be like an impossible clutch. Oh, the timing just not there for Fluxy, and Jada happy to clean house and finally get BBL around on the board. I mean, we've talked about the GC Sheriff and Alkia. I think that was like the perfect demonstration of that, you know? Just 3 headshots, first one and the 2 in succession after that, locking in the round for BBL.
Yeah, I felt like I was watching aim labs, honestly.
Honestly.
And you can see, okay, playing with time here. But I feel like it's a tricky round for BBL. It was really initiated very goodly, so they realized they didn't have the weapons advantage. So to counter that, they tried to get like good angles like this. Alkia, oh my god, those 2 round kills I feel like mattered the most. And just as you said, 7 HP in a dream, it doesn't work out for Heroics this time.
Yeah, Heroic finally having a stop put to their absolutely insane post-plan plays. BBL says, all right, you know, if we can't take retakes, we're just going to fight you. And that round, just incredible sheriff work throughout. Proxima gets that opening. Alkia gets 3 there with the sheriff. And now is going to be investing in that operator to boot. And after that, I mean, Fluxy really did try there, but timing not really in her favor. So gonna be a round coming through for BBL. Heroic now, timeout gonna be taken. They've still got the economy to play with. They're close to a Viper's Pit as well, just 2 points away. That could be an ult that would really help them try to lock down this round, especially with the ones not having her lockdown in play. The problem that they need to worry about, especially this timeout, I hope they're thinking about, is the fact that there is that Rolling Thunder still in Felipa's hand. She's had her for like 2 or 3 rounds now, and is just saving it for the ideal time.
Yeah, it's definitely like, what are you hiding? You know, like it feels like that's you know, imminent ult usage is kind of like scary to me as well. And you can see BBL Queens, they want to finish this half really like hard and fast because they are committing to this force buy. Like after having sheriffs last time to now Wendels and an off, I feel like they just want to end this half at least on a 6-6, and Alkia is making really good use of that ult like from the start.
Yeah, that operator finally coming into play here for this defensive side. And I mean, Alkia, insane rifling, insane sheriff plays that we've seen. But yeah, the office, she's no slouch at that either. And already able to find that first opening pick. Silver Frog being taken down. Rolling Thunder gonna connect as well. And there's a player on site. Of course, between Jada as well as Wens, they're able to clear house. And the remainder, they're pushed back towards the main of the site. It's gonna be a 2v5 as Jada takes out Fluxy. And what more can you really find here? Both players looking to find a pick, looking to find a kill. And BBL, they have such an overwhelming advantage. They're not even engaging. They're happy to just say, all right, you're gonna walk through our smokes and come into us. We're not gonna really fight you. You can keep the spike. It's okay.
Yeah, definitely. And here they still want to commit to the side because, you know, for the past few rounds, they have rotated really fast and BBL has picked up on it. But right now, BBL is making no moves here at all. And I feel like it could throw off Heroics.
It could. I mean, it's 2v3 on site.
Yeah, they were suspicious of lack of noise for sure.
I think it's just a safe call. Heroics economy isn't that great that they can afford to lose these 2 rifles. So yeah, just gonna try to stay alive, keep their armor, keep their weapons. Maybe carry them into that next round as a hero rifle, a couple of hero rifles that could make the difference maker. And BBL, they're not pushing the issue either. I mean, their economy isn't so great that they can afford to throw away any rifles at all. So they want to try and build that bank back up. Only Jada can afford like to buy like an additional rifle right now. So they really want to try to not break the bank here and keep the weapons safely. They're finally going to be trying to push a little bit, and Wen's already pays for their life. Unfortunately, that's going to stop the rest of them from really going forward. And yeah, 5-6 here. BBL catching up, have a chance of tying the score here. And I mean, in terms of the win percentage, I think BBL is good on both fronts, but on attack especially, they're a whole other beast.
Yeah. So yeah, it will be really interesting to see how Heroics will play in the defense because we've seen from BBL Queens when it's just like relying, and the team in general relying on Wen's utility to like gather information, plus prevent heroics from pushing too much. So like for the past few rounds I've been seeing just like the turret like alone on B side, almost like just watching, and it works for them. So I wonder if they can like keep up the same momentum as BBL here.
I think BBL have managed to definitely build it up over the course of the last 2 rounds. And I mean, unfortunately for Heroic, they look kind of slowed down. I mean, their strat was initially working, you attack, you fake A, you go C. If C doesn't work, you go back to A, try to get a kill on the way. And if you can find it, sure, the round works. Especially if you can look convincing in your post plans. But BBL, they're starting to play more aggressive as well. They're not like ready to let go of the site without a fight anymore, unless they've got like a fail short or ult available. And right now, Wenz has only 1 kill from her lockdown, so it does seem like she's looking to play a little bit more aggressive, possibly. Has Philippa on site as well for some additional support here, and the operator once again finds another victim.
Yeah, Alkia's up never misses. And Philippa kill with her utility just like that. It's a really, really good start of the round. The last round of the half, to note, but still, Heroics, the spike is still over towards C. The door opens to kind of fake that pressure on the B side, but Jada does not falter here. They're still here. And 14 seconds on the clock. Okay, the counter ult though, it just deadly. BBL managed to end this off in a 6-6 in the end.
6-6 and a flawless one as well to boot, so that's gonna be like a huge morale booster, sure, for the BBL side. And yeah, with that side switch coming in, they're on territory that's much more familiar for them, I would say. Attacking side just looking really good. But yeah, that round, I mean, BBL, they look completely in charge from start to finish. They were able to start off, find that first kill. Alkia as well, watching for the lurk, takes care of that too. So in that 3v5, just perfection coming in. Despite whatever utility was being thrown, they beat some synergy, they got the kills, and finally that kill from Alkia with the help of the rocket. So far this game, showstoppers have been a little bit hit or miss, but I think the final one was perfectly what was required for that flawless. And now pistol about to start here. It does seem like BBL, they might just go for a B rush.
Yeah, what I was waiting for here, just some B pressure by any of these teams. So I feel like BBL, yeah, push B, please. It's not that bad. I feel like B is just like the site in the middle, and it feels like very exposed. But when you're like on the defense side, like you are more keen on protecting it. But here, Proxima, they're willing to change their minds on that, and BBL has a good entry into the side, but this flank kind of throws them off.
Yeah, nobody really watching that door, and they were able to find a couple kills off the back of it. Deny the defuse as well, but it's just war against Alkia at this point. Was able to get the opener, a triple for her to close out the round. Gonna be nice to get that showstopper charged up quick and early here, and Bethesda taken by BBLs right now, looking very composed while at it. You could exactly see what the problem is with the B side. I mean, yes, it's vulnerable. It's easier to take, especially if you can push a lane. But in that post bounce, if you don't get those first entry kills, it's just so easy to retake for the defender. So I'm happy that BBL, just that push towards Baby Door with the help of Philippa stun, isolating an angle. And despite there being 2 players, Alkia just dishes them apart. So a really clean round coming in from them. And this buy as well as 3 Bulldogs, everyone investing in full armor for the most part, kind of afraid about, getting like losing it to classics and stuff. I feel like full armor has come back into the meta thanks to, I don't know, just a sheer amount of damage being done by just pistols.
Definitely. Oh, and Wenz. Okay, well, fight is about to be had here. Saberfrog. Okay, Wenz doesn't want to get too curious. We've seen when she was on the defense, but just now, I feel like on A especially, when she was alone, she didn't ever get like too curious and like cause her team to be vulnerable. So I feel like she's a really good sentinel here, and you can see she got the info that Superfrog is really close. So maybe BBL is looking to punish that right now.
Luckily for a chamber, you're able to get out with a snap of your fingers, and Superfrog will be able to live to fight, at least for a little bit more time if things don't go Heroic's way. But for the rest of BBL, they've got the A site open for business. Alkia already looking to clear out backside, making sure nobody's lurking in the corners with the pesky little classic or shorty. And once that space has been taken, Philippa able to get down that spike. full 5-on-5 retake here. And it's going to be interesting to see what the call is for Heroic. Maybe they're just looking to die to the spike to deny these ult orbs, or they're going for damage. It does seem like the full flank is kicking in here. And Jada able to find that first kill, gets the second to boot.
Ooh.
However, Lyda and Superfrog able to find a couple of kills of their own Bulldog retrievable as well. Can Philippa get this kill is the question here. And right now they're just crunching it onto Jada. That's the Bulldog finally retrieved here, and now 2v2.
2v2, it's ongoing. Heroics don't really have much time, and this door pressure is being noted for sure. And the double
my
kill
God.
by Adora to secure the round. What was that? And I feel like the time will be enough to get the defuse. 1 second left on the clock. Talk about the clutch.
The clutch lineup, the tragedy for BBL, but yeah, Dora just absolutely bonkers shots there. Just headshot, and Heroic, they're able to take this anti-eco for themselves with the help of nothing but sheriffs and pistols. I think the flank pressure, Jada was able to hold it off for a little bit, but yeah, 4 players just too much for her to handle. And of course, Philippa, unfortunately, not able to connect the shot onto the player crossing her, left Jada very, very vulnerable, and that was that. 7-7 now. That's gonna let Heroic buy up this operator earlier than expected as well with the additional bit of money. Already, the Omen gonna be able to break the reveal, leaving Superfrog here to go for the peak, and Superfrog gets the kill. And look who it is too. It's the Omen. So no more smokes for the remainder of the round.
Yeah, and their Agile is gone as well, so not such a good start to a round that you want to get the advantage to. And Lyda also there to pressure now. Only 3 players left. Adora on the A side.
1 enemy remaining. Spike down.
A lot of
A.
kills being exchanged, and now Proxima just left alone, only with a sheriff in hand. Spike also out of reach. 7-7 feels like okay. She'll try to get 1 kill. I mean, a sheriff, nothing much to lose. Yeah.
Yeah, like you said, nothing to really lose here. It is an equal round for BBL. And I mean, Proxima can get any kind of damage here. It's going to be very helpful. But yeah, 4 players just gather around the spike. Everybody is here. The party in town is here. And unfortunately, if you can't hit the first shot, it's going to be difficult to hit the rest of them as well. And Lyda able to clean things up without too much trouble. Heroic take the lead once again, 8-7. But BBL finally have a buy round put together right now. And here we go again, Superfrog. They know that Superfrog has the operator right now. They got to be careful about where they're going based on it. And let's see how much damage Superfrog is able to continue doing, because I think in terms of first bloods, once Superfrog does have an operator, that's exactly what you see from your chamber.
Yeah, definitely. And BBL, I feel like they're just like they're so close to like establishing the pressure, but Heroic somehow read them really, really well. And you can see the double smoke and the sentinel combo over towards C. It's gonna be really hard site to hit, but they're just still waiting for the smoke. They really want to commit to the site.
Yeah, BBL, I think they don't want to do the over-rotating thing. Nade to try and clear out Superfrog. Takes a little bit of chip damage, but nothing too serious. Gonna be still able to hunker down and hold the angle. That said, though, now that they caused a little bit of chaos on C, the problem is they haven't really gotten Superfrog to TP. So, yeah, there's still gonna be that operator on this long angle. They're gonna have to be very careful about how they approach us. Like, even if Superfrog had TP'd, the problem here would be that they could have still re-cleared it. So whoever does push the C long, they're gonna have to be very, very careful about it. BBL just waiting in for the push still. And I mean, the flash finally comes through. The stun and the TP finally does as well. So that is going to be the angle cleared off. But that's the inkling that C is that site under concession. Already Viper up there to block off the view here. And the rest of the team, they look to possibly fake or rotate towards B before heading in. Dark cover comes through as well, but with 30 seconds, C is the call. And they are going to be able to get the site for free here. Heroic opting to play completely on the retake.
Yeah. And smokes hopefully go down, but Superfrog is willing to get the kill. Proxima pushes like crazy. Not even waiting for the spike to get planted here. Proxima will still stay on the angle, but cannot get the kill into Silly. Flexi, there for the revenge play. Now 2v1 wins. Not on the site, but can still contest. Has a Vandal in hand. Okay, here Flexi does not expect that. Silly, a tap on the spike. Wins. Oh, I should play it carefully. The bomb. Silly. Is she gonna commit to this? 6.5. Okay, she wants to
No
go
way.
for it. Wens gets a kill in the end. Silly. They just waited for each other, but Wens played that so perfectly.
Yeah, I feel like Silly could have just stuck it, but once she heard Wen's running, you gotta get off it. You gotta try to hold on to it. That said, though, Super Frog starts things off, but Proxima may really saved the round here, I would say, for the side of BBL being able to get those kills as well as get convert the round there for sure. And Wen's, of course, in that 1v2. Really, I think if we're gonna be getting like a statistic next, I would love to see how many clutches that Wen's has because it was looking really, really great.
Yeah. So, I mean, in that round, I feel like Wenz's proactiveness is like what won them the round. I would have been so like impatient, like because you can't know if Silly's diffusing or not, but she played that so perfectly, and you can see her pushing and gets one kill, but is punished by Silly in the end because it's just one for one trade. 4-4 now, both of these sides. And Super Frog still with the op, gets one kill, but is again traded. These teams are going so in hand right now, Zach.
Yeah, it's just neck for neck game, and I mean, if it's any like relation to what we saw yesterday at Heroic, maybe this is just a map that they really excel at. Pushing into such a long game. Here we go, though, once again, B does seem to be the execute call. The flash connects, but despite that, light up and Fluxy between them, able to just get the spray down. Instead, though, Jada gets both kills, brings it down to a 1v1. And here we go, the From the Shadows coming in, and Sille actually in position to be able to take advantage already. Has the haunt, does have the utility, looking to just walk up right now, get a little bit closer. And here comes the dark cover. Yeah, Sille might be able to slip and find the timing here. Question is, where will the Omen be hiding? They have to go for this first corner peek right now. But Sille, I don't know if they're aware of this
Jada.
push. Jada has to watch. Turn around, Jada. No, Sille has the awareness. Sille has the kill. And Sille will deny the 1v3 clutch here for Jada. 8-9. Heroic once again clawing back the lead here. And these rounds are just going so neck and neck.
Jada was not expecting that, I feel. I mean, really played that so well, and she really, did what mattered in that round to catch it out, I feel. But right now, 8-9, I feel BBL has 3 ults to play around here, Zach. So I feel like it's time they make use of that.
Yeah, I think so far they've been just trying to take these fights like head to head. Especially, I feel like they've been letting Super Frog get away with a lot of kills, even if the trades do come through. And of course, if last round, I mean, it had no business being as close as it was with Jada playing like that. But I still think that for BBL, this is their chance to kind of pull things back together. The problem is that they really don't have money. So like you said, it's going to have to fall on these ults, especially Alkia with that showstopper has to be able to find a kill if she does put it into play. Rolling Thunder could be useful as well. And I mean, Heroic, they've got ults of their own. That's the thing. They've got the Tour de Force on Super Frog. They've got the Fade ult as well for Sille for that additional bit of information. And of course, the cut sound. And finally, if Lyda gets the plans or a kill, she's going to have the Viper Spit too. And we were talking about how good Lyda was yesterday. Look at her. She's still continuing to absolutely pop off. 2 kid here right now on the Viper, by the way.
Yeah, she's amazing. I mean, Fluxy as well, just like 1 point away from getting her ult. So this is going to be really interesting to see how it plays out. Right now, these teams are looking pretty even. And do I say it? Do I say the words? Do you think this match will go to an overtime, Zach?
I think it could. I don't know if it will necessarily, but I would like it if it did. Although maybe not like 17-15. I always like overtimes. I know like a lot of people find them like really long and confusing, but I feel like that's when the real, you see who can really cope with the stress, because whenever I'm playing in overtime, my heart rate's up, bro. It's like I'm at the gym or something, and I'm pretty sure these players have like a better way to handle it from all the overtimes that they do play. So I always like watching pro play overtimes. Like I personally hate them myself, but I love watching other people go through them.
Definitely.
Maybe that just makes me mean.
Definitely. But I feel like for like having their map pick here, BBL, I feel like they've been struggling to like have the upper hand here. Like they're going pretty even right now with Heroic Valkyries. So I wouldn't want that if I was if I was playing the team. So maybe we can see the tie is changing now. And you can see like the Super Frog being just commenting with the ult from the start to maybe counter that pressure.
Could be. I mean, yeah, already that ult's coming in. It's another chance for Chamber to save up, maybe get a little bit more money to buy an operator possibly, or get one of their teammates to drop it as well, because right now, as it is, Super Frog does not have really any money to work with. But I mean, the advantage of being Chamber, you can drop your teammate's gun and get yourself a nice shiny other guns, that come with your utility. That said, BBL, they've got the showstopper to try and make headway into sight. It does look like they're going for that B push. Stun comes through as well. Corner checked with the help of the wallbang. Alkia caught by the C's here, but the rest of the team still unaffected, so they should be able to at least watch for a peek. And yeah, with that dark cover coming in once again, they are just going to be choosing to fall back. They realize they can't really afford to push it, especially with the probability of crossfire. So at least for a little bit more of a holding game.
Yeah. And BBL doesn't have the firepower advantage right now, so they just play this as strategically as possible. They haven't had no losses quite now, but Frog's ult is really tempting here. Oh, and holds on to the angle. It pays off in the end, Felipa. Your initiator lost. BBL loses more firepower. Alkia gone at the end of Frog. And 30 seconds on clock. They just have to commit to this. Frog. Lida gets the kill, but 8 seconds on the clock. BBL, it's so hard to commit to this on Proxima. 2 seconds, it's not gonna be enough in the end. Luxy finishes out, and Heroic Valkyrie is there 1 round closer to winning Lotus.
Double digits for them on the board here, and yeah, it seems like they have learned from their mistakes. Very unfortunate the dark cover faded at that worst time, but yeah, Super Frog just getting away with the absolute murder that round. That double kill gonna give them enough money to be able to actually afford an op in this with the help of a teammate, so that's gonna definitely be nice for Heroic. Unfortunately for BBL, the one good thing is that they didn't commit any ultimates that round, so they've got so much to work with. This is a must-win round for them. They can't afford to let things slide any further, not just because of their economy, but also because Heroic is a team that thrives on this kind of momentum. So this is their chance. Already though, Heroic, it seems like they've kind of gotten the read here, Hyperwall here to play with 3 players as well, and here comes the push, the paranoia impeccable, but Alkia is up close and personal, still able to get the kill. Adora now fighting for her life. 3 players on multiple fronts here. No real way for her to get out, and it does seem like the wallbang might be enough, but Adora, 30 HP, still takes down Wenz. No more lockdown available. Now it's a 3v2 scenario. Adora finally gets shut down there by Alkia, who has taken side control, but the spike itself had to make its way, and there is no flank anymore to be watched. Wenz has gone down, so they have to be aware of Super Frog's lurk.
Oh, they're so close, Alkia. Does
oh,
she...
the timing.
Yeah, Lida. She does not account for it at all, but like that play with the door opening was amazing. I thought for sure that Alkia was done for there, but she still got the kill onto Fluxy like that. That's incredible.
Yeah, quick thinking and reactions by BBL, but I think, yeah, a little bit unfortunate that Wenz, Adora on 30 HP, her position, no one was able to get away with that kill onto Wenz, because that takes out the lockdown, that takes down the flank, opens up a window for Super Frog to come through. You could see that Proxima just wasn't expecting it. And yeah, Alkia as well caught off guard. Timing's just not in the favor of BBL. They've still gone for the force though on this particular round. Put together a couple of Vandals. They still have those 4 ultimates. They just haven't had a chance to use them, and it seems like this might be the time. Alkia looking to charge forward and kind of be the tip of the spear for the team here. Prowler, unfortunately, not going to detect anything, not really enable a kill to be caught up, and they're just looking to go into the feed. Rolling Thunder on play, and here we go right now, pushing off the back of it. Showstopper enables everything at the kitchen sink being thrown at Heroic, who just aren't home. They just vacated the premises. They're like, all right, you can take the site, it's okay, we'll go for a retake. And yeah, that's the call.
Yeah, and the retake shall come. Super Frog has a really late lurk coming in. I wonder if Jada will be aware of it. Meanwhile, the lockdown is being invested by BBL. Okay, Super Frog with the off does not fear, but Jada, she doesn't expect her for sure. And the lockdown to delay Heroic's onset. Oh, Alkia and Jada. Oh, they're so good at this. Look at that. They did not let Heroic get the last word in that fight. They used their ult so perfectly, Zach. This is what you've been talking about. Using their utilities and their firepower at the right time. And I feel like BBL should be able to recover from this if they're careful enough.
I think Jada able to get the kill, getting the kill there onto the flanker, getting that trade. And of course, the rest of the team just positions being held, really good fundamentals in terms of that post plans really being displayed by BBL. I think the biggest problem is that they've just had to struggle so much with getting onto site at all that when they do get that site down, when there is that post plant, they're able to kind of excel with it. This first round in a while that they've really been able to do that, and that's going to give them that much needed boost to their economy that's been kind of struggling for these last couple of rounds. No more operator either for SuperFrog, which is huge. Them being able to take that out of play, definitely going to make their lives a little bit more easier. And they still have the ults on Proxima as well as Jada to try and invest here. They used 3 ults the last round to win it, so my only concern is can they replicate it without needing those kind of ultimates to lean back on? They've got to do so because this round they don't have anything except for that Nightfall from Proxima. And SuperFrog already playing an aggressive angle. I don't know if when spotted it, this could decide the fate of the round here. It's just timing. Nice, let's go. What a shot.
Yeah, Gwen's got the upper hand in the fight. And BBL are having pressure on both sides here. Silly, let's see if she's willing to counter this. Okay, gets 1 kill. Lida as well, following up with the Odin.
I have a love-hate relationship with the Odin. But yeah, either way, Lida still in position with it, holding it down. It is going to be the Viper's Pit invested as well. So along with the Nightfall, Lida able to get that first kill. Jada, again, just impeccable with these trades. The problem is that Dora has already come in, so it's all going to fall onto Jada's shoulders. And unfortunately, this time around, Sile will take care of that. The IGO not able to do anything against the onslaught, and Heroic, they find themselves at match point on their opponent's map pick, just like yesterday. I feel like this is a very, very familiar territory for those who are watching, and this time around, let's see if they can close it out. They got 3 chances to deny overtime.
Yeah. Lida, yeah. The Odin played out in the end, but yeah, let's see now. BBL just at the edge of losing their own map pick. I feel like they could come back in like Icebox and Sunset for sure, but it's not a good like momentum start to lose your own map in the series.
If there's any team that can get back from it, it's BBL. They've got a pretty deep map pool, but yeah, it's very important for Heroic to start things off on the right note, especially as it seems like, you know, looking at their game yesterday, they do tend to flag a little bit in terms of that map 3. So if they can close it out in 2 maps, it's going to be huge for them. And it does seem to be a possibility right now, at least. SuperFrog, though, timing not in her favor. And Wen takes care of that first kill coming through for BBL. Wen's on the Lyric strikes once again. And now with SuperFrog having been taken down here, things looking a little bit more easy for BBL, but not on the C side where there are still 2 players, both of them controllers, in fact. So there's going to be an unlimited supply of smokes on this particular site. So BBL might want to reconsider where they're going here. Are going to be opening the door towards B. But look, they've got 2 players towards B and 2 players towards C. There's nobody on A. A is completely open right now for BBL if they choose to go. But, you know, with 45 seconds left, Wens gets another kill. Insane.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to mention, you know, they Walkers, they really want to get B main pressure back, but they weren't able to. And look at Lidar here. Pays off in C. Meanwhile, Adora has her ult online. The TP though, where does she go? Gets her minion. And yeah, BBL just at the edge of losing this fight, but Proxima still prevails. Fluxy, the ult will be committed to the A side. I wonder if the door is broken. She can get through. Yes, she can. And Proxima. She guess? I don't not think so.
The wraparound.
Okay, she'll be going in fast here. Okay, Proxima blinded the Floxy! Floxy! Are you serious? They're gonna think that? No! Heroic Valkyries win. Oh my god, they win the map pick of Lotus in such a heroic fashion. What was that, Zach?
You know, they used to say pros don't hate, but that was a heroic don't fake moment. I feel like, you know, there was one round where I felt like Slay could have just sucked the spike. And she had to get off because she heard somebody running. Fluxy was like, nah, I ain't doing that stuff. I'm just gonna stick it. If you're close, cool. But I've got 3 chances. I'm gonna believe. And yeah, Proxima was just a little bit too late on that peak there. Very unfortunate for the side of BBL, but you know, Heroic, they've got to be feeling good about themselves. Same map as yesterday, didn't go to multiple overtime, so it's going to leave them a lot more energy for the upcoming maps. And of course, being able to take away BBL's map pick, ruin that 100% win record that they had last stage, and start things off with a win, it's going to be great for Heroic.
Yeah, definitely. And we will be seeing how it plays out in the second map pick of today, which is Icebox.
For sure. I mean, though this for this map, I mean, we're talking about Lyda about in this pregame, you know, and about the kind of impact that she had yesterday as well on Lotus. And I mean, continues to be the case here. Only pulled out the Odin for a couple of rounds, so we didn't see the same of that Odin spam action that we did yesterday. But you know, the rest of Heroic as well, they looked so incredible today. Super Frog, the KD might be 11-18, but let me tell you, most of those 11 kills were first bloods. Or at least a lot of them were first bloods, the way that, especially when she got that operator, just looking incredibly dangerous. I think Silly and Adora as well, in terms of damage potential, just racking up the combos. Adora's nades and I think first kills in particular were really impressive to me in being able to keep this defensive side looking strong for Heroic here. And I mean, for BBL, a little bit unfortunate. You know, they started off great. Even in the second half, they looked a bit strong after that pistol, but losing that anti-eco really screwed their economy. And I think they just kind of struggled with it for the rest of the second half. I mean, looking at the stats, they're pretty close for both these teams. BBL's, of course, up in that clutch percentage thanks to Wentz pulling off the 1v2, but everywhere else, you can see that Heroic were able to get the plants in more rounds successfully. And overall, just looked a little bit more consistent, I would say, in that post plant.
Yeah, definitely. And the fact that the controllers are the MVPs of the match here, I think speak a lot on like how they play like around their controllers as well. Because of course you're gonna rely on your race to like get those frags, get those kills. But the MVP here, Lyda, I feel like we talked about her like before the start of the match, and she keeps up her momentum so well, and is just what her team needs to, you know, keep and continue and getting these clutches.
Yeah, I mean, you were telling me something really fun before we got into the game today, Sarah. And then, you know, Sarah was telling me about how no matter where you are, whether you're in VCT or whether you're in GC or, you know, challengers, whatever, when there's a Turkish player going up against the Turkish team, they just perform on a whole other level. And I think Lyda's like the perfect example of that today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're seeing her perform so well, but let's see how they perform on their map pick of Icebox. I feel like we're gonna be seeing an interesting comp there as well.
Yeah, I'm also excited to see what we're gonna be getting for Icebox. Like, I would love to see a Reyna personally. I know it's not likely and it's not like an optimal pick, but I just like seeing Reyna. I feel like she doesn't get enough love, and I feel like somebody like Alkia or Adora could definitely be good on it. But I think we're just gonna get a jet face off. You know, Adora versus Alkia, pulling out the Blade Storm, anime style battle in the middle of Icebox. You know, updrafts and everything. The works. What is your like? What is the Asian that you'd like to see the most on Icebox? Like what
Icebox? I feel like Jets. I mean, we've seen like so many like jet frags in like the mid, especially on Icebox. So I just can't unsee. Like I immediately associate Icebox with Jets. So yeah, but I feel like I also want to talk about, before we go into a quick little break, I also want to talk about like their performances, their individual performance of these teams on Icebox. So we know that BBL kind of excels at this map usually, but you know, the fact that Heroic Valkyries choose this as their map pick when they haven't been really performing that strongly in this map. What do you think about that, Zach?
I think it's a ballsy play. I think that, you know, at the end of the day, they were willing to pick this map yesterday as well. And I mean, we saw how they were able to adapt from their mistakes on Lotus and make it a much quicker game, especially against a team like BBL. So maybe they've done their homework more. I think their coach is a very experienced person who can definitely help them come up with strats. So I'm excited to see what they do have cooking for Icebox. But yeah, before we head into the Chandra, we're going to take a little bit of a break. So see you on the other side.
Last player standing. Spike. Yep. One enemy.
Hello, welcome back, everyone. This is VCT Game Changers EMEA Stage 3, and we are here with day 2 of groups. I'm still Zach, and with me still is Sarah, unless, she changed her name in the middle, which I don't think she has. But jokes
Yeah, I have
apart,
not.
we are, yes, good to know. But yes, jokes apart, we are still here in our game between Heroic and BBL, and we are heading in for map number 2, which is Heroic's Picks Icebox. For those who missed map number 1, it was a pretty awesome map. Heroic really popped off, and I think we had all of the usual. If you had like a Valorant bingo card, you could like check everything off, like Ninja Diffuse, GC Sheriff round, Showstoppers actually connecting. All of these things that you see now and then, they all happen in that game.
Yeah, I feel like what I want to talk about while going into Icebox is like the comps, because BBL has played this map so many times, and each and every one of them, they have played a Sage, they have played a Sova, and they have played a Viper, like without a miss, So I feel like we could see the same comp just going on here, but I'm really curious to see like what heroic Valkyries will come up in retaliation.
Yeah, me too. I mean, like you said, Icebox for Heroic especially, it's been a bit of a hit or a miss map. We were talking about it before, and I think especially during stage 2, they really struggled on this particular map. They were able to find a win against Valiant narrowly 13-11, but the rest of the time they weren't able to really pull it off. And especially again after yesterday's game where they again sort of struggled against Valiant, I'm hoping that they have been able to go back to the drawing board and actually figure out how they can win this map, because they already have that advantage of that first map coming in. So looking at the agents, I mean, look, we've got the meta comp, but we got some fun stuff coming in. I see an ISO for BBL. I'm personally very, very excited by the ISO pick, because it's an ISO who we've never seen on this map, or actually at all, because he had like a buff coming in for 2 weeks and then the buff was removed, so he's just kind of questionable, I would say. But I'm excited to see him.
Yeah, the Clove pick too as well. They have played a Clove in this map before, but they had lost it in against Valiant GC. So yeah, but I feel like they just want to try again. And also like seeing the Killjoy is like pretty standard for them on this map. I feel like they just want to like have that anchor wherever they go. But yeah, I feel like I didn't expect BBL to not pick a Sage, so that's interesting.
ISO better. You got like a shield, you got like another shield, you got a bunch of things that can block bullets. No, I disagree. I'm like a Sage stan, man. Like Sage is always classic and expected. My only concern is for Heroic here, because they really struggled yesterday on their attacking side. It was like an 8-4 Valiant, and they just weren't able to get to. Sorry, they really struggled on their defensive side, and on the attack as well. Even though they don't have a duelist, they were able to find some success, but Valiant still looked really, really strong. The kind of rounds that they were winning, it was off of like hero plays from Fluxy or something. So kind of hoping that they've been able to figure out an adaptation, especially with the likes of a team like BBL, who are starting off on the attacking side, and they've got these 2 strong duelists as well. I mean, I'm just excited to see Proxima on an agent that is not initiator. It's been so long.
Yeah, definitely. It'll be interesting to see her on duelist role this time, and starting on attack. You really had the advantage to, use a firepower for good, and Lida is only able to get 1 kill before going down in the hands of Alkia, and BBL are onto the site really pretty quickly here.
Let's see, they have managed to get onto site, like you said. No casualties really found here, more so than the ones already gone, and you can see that Heroic, they're gonna wait for a retake scenario instead. Philippa gonna be playing onto site with the rest of her team, ready to take contact and try to find these kills. They're not backing back. They say, all right, let's post plant. We don't really care about that. We've got wins in the back. The rest of you, we're ready to fight here, and that does seem to be the call. 4v4 scenario. They jump forward here, and Jada under Heaven just able to find so much impact already. Alkia swinging after that contact. And of course, the 3 players from BBL, they timed their peaks in perfect unison. And honestly, after watching Jada today, I know a lot of us were questioning what her addition to the teams means, apart from like an IGL, but she's just been a force of nature.
Yeah, definitely. Look at these picks here. I mean, it's been so explosive, and yeah, as we talked about this, like in the last map, Lotus, the MVPs were the controllers. So I feel like they have this like secret, like unexpected and oftentimes underappreciated potential here, and we can see really them performing so well. Jada has been like a good addition to BBL so far. So from what we're seeing here.
Just quiet so far. Adora able to clear out all of A main, so not too much to really concern yourself with the east side. They've taken so much control as well, but the rest of BBL, they're just waiting for a push here. So good timing on where Heroic really stopped. They're not pushing the issue too much. And if the rest of BBL try to walk into this, they might have a little bit more trouble than they really bargained for. Okay, gonna be the one leading the charge. Light out there. Take first contact. All of the sound cues, these sound cues are being heard here, and Alkia is gonna have to try and find that opening kill. Lyda gonna be the one to take that first point of contact, but things still looking quite quiet. The rest of them looking to go for the peak. There's the push, and there's the mistake. Alkia for the punish. 2 already. Possible third to come through, but Super Frog at least able to get one for herself before too much. And here comes the Eyes of Shield. One more barrier. That's gonna be so difficult, especially with these pistols in play here. And while there is a smoke to try and stall the push, the rest of Heroic, they have so much work to do here. Silly does have a good flank, could try to find a kill or two. But yeah, it is just going to be Silly versus the world. It has picked up that upgrade of a Bulldog, but still 4 players lying in wait. I think they're aware of the flank as well. I don't know if, yeah, I do think that Jada spotted the player. You could hear the ping coming through, and Proxima just capitalizes to find that kill. Almost flawless run for BBL.
Yeah, I feel like BBL, their strategy here has been so good so far. Alkia getting those 2 explosive kills and Proxima just like pulling up. I mean, their team coordination seems really good at the start of this map. I wonder if Heroic Valkyries will be able to adapt it accordingly.
It was a good round for sure. I think the play was there. It just needed a little bit more patience. Maybe after 45 seconds, Heroic thought, all right, A side seems empty. Everyone's headed towards B. Let's just try to get a pick or two. And Alkia's just laying in wait to tear you apart. Not like the best situation, but Alkia falling there does give her access to the Blade Storm. Gets her Bulldog back as well. So looking to be a very strong bonus round here for BBL with 3 rifles in play. There's a sound cue as well. Finally, a push towards B. They do have the Viper wall set up as well in the mid. Joan gonna be immediately broken by Jade. They're not gonna get too much information, only spotting out 1 player. Wentz, of course, still on the lurk to boot. So question of timing really as to who can get the kills first. Alkia is still positioned to try and push on to B. That's where the spike is too, but there's only 1 player from Heroic there. Everybody else is rotated towards mid.
Oh, Jada. If she can get a kill here, it'll be massive, but she only sees some chip damage. I mean, not a chip damage, she's already down to 20 HP, and Lyda as well, just getting the kill onto Wens. It's an unfortunate start this time, and these players on mid cannot be accounted for here. Proxima wants to get something done, and does so as well, but Super Frog still lives to tell the tale. 2 kills on the board now. 3v2, BBL still have a chance of protecting the side with Fluxy. A wonderful kill through the smoke, and Jada now left alone. They know that she's really low. And yellow currently. Oh, there's so many crosshair pointing at her. She gets the first kill. Here's a tap on the spike.
Alphabet gonna get diffused? No, they're not gonna stick it. They're looking to possibly play time, and okay, Jada was too low to really yoink it out, so it was the perfect time, a perfect peak play rather, I would say. More than enough time to defuse the spike, and Heroic, they find their first, but again, they've lost a couple of players here. 3 players, in fact, only going to be able to save 2 of those guns, so things looking a little bit more dicey on that economic front. And I mean, this was a round that BBL could have very much had in their pocket. I think that, Alkia tried to push the Smalley, making her quite low, and it was something that the rest of Heroic were quite quick to capitalize on. But yeah, BBL still able to get that plant, get that money into play. Gotta set them up quite nicely for the next couple of rounds as well if they're careful about it.
I feel like if had BBL been able to establish that pressure from the start on mid, it would have counted for a lot. But right now, yeah, we see that just not working out, not quiet. But yeah, the early information gathered on B, it will be good for them because the spike is only towards this side, it seems, and they just want to get a head start into just getting into the site. No kills being had yet, and Fluxy denies the information by the smoke, but she also misses Alkia, currently in yellow.
Yeah, I think that smoke actually let BBL cross over, take control of yellow as well, and now Wen's on the lurk here. Might be able to find the timing. Oh, it's looking so close. Here's the shots coming in. Oh, right under you.
Wens, please.
Okay,
Lida
this is a
wins.
horror movie.
Oh my god. Please don't do this. Okay, wins.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, realizes Lida way too late. We were holding our breaths for a minute there. But okay, Adora now, okay, a little bit dicey, but still gets the kill. BBL in a vulnerable
Philippa.
position now, and 30 seconds on the clock. They have to act fast here.
30 seconds.
Yeah, Philippa can get this kill. It's gonna be huge. Able to clear out that mid push, and A control has been taken as well by BBL. So now a 4v3 situation, numbers in their favor. Only one player towards heaven, but 20 seconds left. They have to get that spike down here, and they should be able to do so without too much trouble. Adora, the only player here on this A side already. A crossfire sort of set up here. Alkia gets a kill towards mid as well, and with this Guardian, not much that Adora can really do. It's all gonna fall to Fluxy. 1v4, nobody really low either. Everybody looking fairly healthy with the exception of Alkia. And Alkia, of course, going to be able to rejoin her teammates after that long lurk. So, yeah, Fluxy, it might just be better for her to try and save this gun, especially since the economy for the rest of the team is in such a dire situation. Just looking to find some kind of possible damage, but BBL are just not making it easy. And this should be a third round for them without too much trouble.
Yeah. BBL, I mean, they're not looking to risk it either. You can just see them just not wanting anything to do. Even if there's just only Fluxy, yeah, they're just both gonna keep holding on to their weapons here. 1v3 BBL, they seem to be, you know, on the stronger side here. Although the wins and Lida, this matchup was
30 seconds.
way too dicey, but yeah, I feel like right now what Heroic has to do is just like adapt more fastly, because you know we saw them on the Lotus starting on the attack side. They were way too fast in their rotations, but BBL, I feel like they're just taking their time, you know, really evaluating which side to go to. They don't act fast, but they were acting really calculated. So I feel like if you're, you know, really anchors down on one side, or is, you know, really careful with wherever BBL is rotating to, I feel like they could be, you know, having a comeback here as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think BBL right now, at least momentum's in their favor, but they do have those two. Heroic does have those two hero rifles into play. Thing is, BBL, they've been playing a very slow game so far, kind of waiting for those picks, but now they're finally finding their comfort zone onto A side. They have an idea of how the defense likes to play, and knowing that the economy is in a bit of a shambles position really enables them to get aggressive faster, and they managed to take the A side without too much trouble at all. Eyes of Shield, in fact, gonna be completely lasting to the point of breakage before the side's rotation even comes through here. Looking at where the defenders are channeling in, it does seem like they're finally going to be making their overture from B. 4 players on the flank. Information gathered by Wenz here, and Wenz just going to be very patient about watching the angle, not really looking to take too much contact. Alarm bot down as well. Philippa here for the backup, and it does seem like it's going to be very difficult for the defenders to even take any kind of space. Lida with the hero rifle, able to find the first kill at the very least, but Philippa and Alkia between them find both of these kills, and Alkia on site just shuts down things completely. Nothing much the Heroic seems like they can really do here. 2v3 situation. Just a question of how much more damage they can find. Time is completely out, and Philippa will deny even that gun save. It's all up to Fluxy, and once again, gonna be forced to hold on to this Vandal while the rest of her team falls. But at least this time around, the damage higher for Heroic side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So BBL seem to be really going in to these rounds really prepared for what's about to happen against Heroic Valkyries, and I feel like that's three people flanking was a bit too much on Heroic Valkyrie's side. If it were 2 people and 3 people just like anchoring on the side, that's fine. But BBL knew that they had to, you know, switch their attention to flank, and that's made them, you know, really focus their attention well onto, you know, which sides to control. Flexi now just getting tagged and B main like always. This is really interesting. So, and you know, makes herself known, doesn't shy away from it, and Jada has established a sort of pressure here in the mid. Silly though, I wonder if she will be aware of it.
Oof. All right. No, it does seem like they have that awareness, but they're choosing to play play a little bit more far back here. Fluxy spotted out the cross as well. I think knows that Alkea is towards yellow once again. So gonna be playing much more passively. But again, BBL, they take all the space. They don't rush to plant the spike. They are willing to leave Alkea on kind of this lurk role once again. We did see her being able to find a frag the last time around as the rest of the team goes towards A instead. This time around though, Lyda actually playing more aggressively. Fluxy as well waiting for the flank. Very nice adaptations coming out of Heroic here, and now it's a 5v3. The remainder of BBL, they're able to get their way onto site, actually catching Adora with the tag here. But yeah, Adora with the slow, looking to take the fight, doing a lot of damage to Proxima. But before Proxima shuts that down, 4v3 right now as the spike goes down. There is that ISO ult available. Proxima will be able to actually channel it if left alive, but now it's all down to Philippa, stuck in the corner, tries to isolate the fights with the double P. Is perfect here in BBL. Heroic able to finally find a round after a while, keeping themselves with 3 players alive as well. Gonna do wonders for their economy, and they didn't even need to use any of the ults.
Yeah. I feel like that went wrong for BBL way too fast. I mean, after losing their anchor Alkea onto B side, I feel like they were really relying on her to cause a distraction on B when Heroic Valkyries wasn't expecting it. But Fluxy knows from experience now that, you know, Alkea likes to, you know, go into yellow, and they're actually letting her have the pressure there, which is really interesting.
Either way, I think Heroic, they finally found an answer to the way BBL is playing. They're able to kind of maintain patience. They know that BBL likes to play slow, at least going by how these last 2 maps have turned out, and they are adapting quite well to it. Now this time around, BBL stacking up towards B once again. Fluxy playing a little bit more aggressively though with the rest of her team to help, and while not able to get that initial kill, at least does do a little bit of chip damage and is able to get that sound cue. Once now on the lurk towards mid, gets the kill towards Silly, and that is a huge impact for I'm gonna be able to maintain control of mid as well. So everyone who's gonna be rotating has so much trouble to deal with. Yeah,
with Silly gone now, it's gonna be more difficult to protect the site, and this is the ice ult we've been waiting for. Proxima against Super Frog. She's able to get the kill in the end, and it's a good head start, but no movements made yet. And okay, you can see this Dark 5 wins could mean so much if she doesn't. Okay, this is massive. Wins with the 2 kills in mid. BBL is able to get the plant down now, and Lyda with the op. You don't want to lose this.
Yeah, Lyda just probably opting to get out of dodge and keep this gun safe. I don't think BBL knows that Lyda has this gun, so it is going to be nice for her to be able to hold on to. But talking about that round, right, BBL, they send Wens down an avenue that she hasn't been really going. She's been conditioning that A push for like 6 rounds straight. So yeah, her being able to go up towards mid, get the timing kill onto Sele as well, and eventually find a little bit more, just made this round impossible for BBL to kind of catch up on. Now the problem is they know that Lyda has an op here. They really don't want to let her save, and they've got a lot of money to work with as well. So we might just see them pushing her from multiple angles. Lyda has to be careful about the speed, gets the second kill as well, takes down Jada here, and the rest of BBL, they're still looking to try and find the kill, but they don't have any time left, and that's going to be the operator carried forward by Heroic. They've got money to put together one more buy, I think, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. And for BBL, I mean, they're 5-2 right now, so Heroic, they're going to be the ones taking the timeout.
And the ult situations seem pretty similar, but Heroic Valkyries definitely are closer to getting all of their ults online. So yeah, with this timeout, I feel like they should be evaluating what they should do with their utilities, because I feel like this was very dicey. Not having an utility to protect mid, and you know, having a player of BBL just like get 2 kills just like that. It was really unaccounted for, and I feel like that's what's being evaluated right now with this timeout.
Yeah, I think that also they still do have the operator presence here. They got to figure out how they can leverage it really well, because on Lotus, you could see that Super Frog was able to find a lot of value with that particular gun. Lyda now has it into play, but BBL, they're not making it easy. They're not really rushing things. They're playing really slowly, and they are just able to find so much damage. And like you said as well, ult for ult, 4 ults on either side, 1 away for Fluxy as well. There's a lot to work with here for Heroic. All they have to do is put the pieces in the right way. I think the fact is when you have 2 lockdowns as well as 2 Huntress Furies, those ults tend to cancel each other out. But I do think, especially the Clove ult here, could give them an extra body on the board along with the Sage ult. They could technically play a 7v5 in this round if you think about it.
Oh yeah, that's very true. And yeah, let's see what Heroic Valkyries will come out of this. You can see Fluxy, they're still having her sit on B for now. And Wen's position is really interesting. She's so like deep into their this spawn place, and yeah, I mean the 8th picture is about to be on right now.
Fight gonna finally go down, and here comes the Hunter's Fury to try and deny it. Felipe actually, he's still able to get a tag onto one player. Gonna force out the Viper's Pit as well from the attackers here. 5v4 situation, and the rest of them, they're trying to go forward. They've got Lida's ult as well, so she's gonna be the one going into site first. You can see her going forward. Here comes the Clove ult, already gonna be coming through. Fluxy with the lineup, able to find a kill as well. So many ultimates being used on both sides, but the trades coming through Proxima, the one on site holding completely strong. The res gonna actually come through as well, and Proxima forced to back away right into the waiting arms of Fluxy. It's all up to Jada, tries to go and break the lockdown, but Adora just standing on it, waiting for the watch as well. And here we go, finally Heroic, they're able to pull together a defensive round after that timeout, and it was such a gorgeous one as well. Ultimates on both sides burned through, except I do think BBL still has a lockdown of their own. Oh, never mind, they burnt it.
Yeah, seeing that all play was interesting. It didn't really count towards anything in the end, but yeah, I feel like Heroic Valkyries managed that really well.
Good round though. Finally, Heroic able to catch things up a little bit, keep it competitive, and yeah, BBL, they still have the money for a buy, but they have to be watching how many players are dying. They can afford like one more buy after this if they lose it, but if they really don't want to put themselves in that position. Confidence now sprouting for Heroic. They're looking to play a bit more forward. They've got the operator in such an aggressive angle here, but there is backup from Adora as well. So BBL, for their part, waiting towards A main. Recon comes through. Not gonna really catch anything. Oh, that shot.
So many else being committed here. It doesn't quite find anything though. BBL once again trying for those A-side hits. And the spike should hopefully go down in a safe spot. Philippa is on for the play, and then Jada has the first kill on Super Frog meanwhile. 4v4 situation. They've already used Philippa's ult, so maybe using lockdown, yeah, as I was saying, could be useful for BBL right now to delay Heroic Valkyries further. But they're not going to be afraid. They're just going to be pushing the side here. But after losing, after using Super Frog, not so much.
Adora able to find a trade though. Jada goes down. The problem here for Heroic is that the clock is ticking. There's just no way for them to realistically find a defuse, and they're all gonna back away. They're like, all right, you get this round, but we're gonna try to hold off these guns, and BBL should be getting a 6 on the board here. I think Proxima in particular has been just so impressive in being able to find these kills. Not only being able to find those entries, but just playing on site, getting trade after trade, keeping numbers even to boot, and even when her ult is in play, able to just leverage it to take out the Killjoy or whoever else is watching. I think overall it is Heroic are able to recover, but BBL looked really, really strong on this attacking side. And I mean, this is kind of a repeat of what we saw yesterday again, where Heroic did struggle on this defensive side, despite their team comp being so geared for the defense. But yeah, BBL Queens, that double duelist combo really working in play. Like, both Proxima and Alkia 8 kills apiece in 9 rounds.
Oh yeah, an early ult used by Heroic Valkyries as well. Flexing now onto A side, but it's the wrong side to be committing the ult, it seems, just for now. Lida still has that up online. Wants to make something out of it. Alkia establishes early pressure onto yellow. Okay, Lida sparks a pixel out of place, but cannot make the shouts count. Proxima, how does she survive that?
The shield.
The shots do not count.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about an ISO, you know, when you got an operator in your face, that's kind of like the best agent to face it, because just nothing you can really do when that shield is active. I mean, you could try to break it with a classic, but in that kind of situation when you're holding an angle, not gonna be able to pull it out, so it makes things so much more difficult. Recon as well, impeccable, and Alkia almost gets the lineup here. 2 huge kills to make things a little bit easier. And again, 2v4 situation. What can he really do here? Wen's on the flank as well. Insult to injury. These recons have been just so impressive. The double beats as well from BBL. And there's just nothing they can really do here. Fluxy, the last player on side, tries to at least find a kill, but Proxima, another 3k for her. Ult back in play. And when this ult is there on the board, Killjoy just cannot rest safe because the moment you're caught into the ISO ult, all your utility goes down.
Yeah, definitely. Oh my god, these 2 kills was really what mattered to BBL. And Proxima with the 3 kills, the duelists were on fire that round.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, we were talking about it like before the round, you know, like both Proxima and Alki have been having a game, and yeah, Proxima just showcases the power of the ISO, especially against that operator. I think it could be just a pick because of how much Super Frog likes to play Chamber. Who knows? Or they just like using the shield. I think the shield has been very useful as well in them being able to make their way onto A side consistently. So ISO looking to be working out well for the BBL Queens right now on their map pick. On their opponent's map pick, 3-7 right now. They still got a pretty good lead, and again, it's just this back and forth. They are so quick to aggress in some of these rounds here, and the rest of the time they're so patient. I don't know that Jumpy got hurt. Jada does at least spot it though. It's gonna force Adora off that ankle and this recon out as well to try and re-clear that bit of space. BBL, they're not really pushing too much off the back of it. The Halkia looking to make sure that all right, nobody else is pushed forward, re-clears all of this, and it might lead to the rest of BBL actually looking to go away with the spike. Nice shot, Adora.
Adora, I guess, killed the Jada pretty early on, so it's gonna be good in trying to counter that pressure from BBL. They have been explosive so far in A side, and Proxima proves that once again until going down. Felty and Alkia there to follow it up, and Lyda and Super Frog now just left alone. Alkia, there's no stopping her really, and Lyda only with a judge and a classic in hand. It's gonna be a tough journey from now.
Yeah, pretty much an impossible retake. I think there are a couple of guns dropped onto site, but yeah, to retrieve them, it's gonna be really, really difficult. And yeah, Lyda has to take all of the space with the help of just this smoke. Alkia, of course, well aware of the angle, is willing to play around it, and will be able to get the round done. 8 for BBL right now, and Heroic once again at risk of lagging behind. You know, they need to get this last round to make things easier for them on the attacking side. They don't have a duelist, so it's gonna be very rough for them to try and get into sites at all, especially with the way BBL are playing. And I mean, with an ISO and a Jet, I wouldn't be surprised if we see those double pushes coming out of BBL's side as well. Looking at the ultimates here, BBL, they still have the kill contract for the ISO as well as the Blade Storm for Alkia, but unfortunately for Heroic, they still need to charge a lot of these up. I think the Hunter's Fury and the Res are the closest away, 2 points each. It's gonna take a lot of work though.
Yeah, definitely. We're seeing okay, Wen's got an early kill at the Super Frog. So that's new, and oh, you can see BBL just like going to side really, really early on, and Proxima not failing her ults. Wen's as well, like this angle is like so valuable for them because they know that possibly all of these players are gonna go for a flank situation here. Felipa cannot make the shot scout though. Alkia still onto yellow. Does she guesses pressure the darts to notice her?
Adora though still popping off with the kills. Lyda gets one as well. This was a 3v5. Now it's a 3v2 here. The only benefit is the time is still on the side of these players. Rest comes through as well. Adora baits it perfectly. 4 kills for Adora, and she saves the round here for the side of Heroic. Absolutely insane plays and shots to come through. I mean, look, I know I said this team doesn't have a duelist, but the way Adora is playing, Sage might as well be one. And yeah, 4-8, once again, a repeat of yesterday's stakes. Let's see if the attacking side does play out a little bit better this time around for the side of Heroic. As for BBL, I mean, if they've got a lead, they just have to keep it, and if they can win this next pistol, it's going to be great for them. But without it, it's going to make things so much more difficult. And of course, Adora catching up on that kill radar, basically doubled her kills last round.
This focus have been so explosive on their side for Heroic Valkyries. I mean, for 8, it's not impossible to turn around, but BBL have been looking good so far on their attack side. Let's see how they do on the defense, and if Heroic Valkyries have, you know, some new tactics and how they handle the attack side here.
Yeah, I think hopefully they've learned some lessons from yesterday. I do like that we're seeing Alkia already pushing out with the Sheriff here. Multiple players towards mid, so Alkia is gonna possibly get a fight depending on the timing. And oh, Alkia, not like this. Still has 2 bullets, still looking to go take the fight, and this time around succeeds. So yeah, first blood going in favor of BBL. The remaining players caught between a rock and a hard place, and there's just not much that it seems like Heroic can do for the remainder of this map. Just Lyda now, Spike planted as well, but it's not for her, and it's gonna be so difficult to be able to push forward at all. Though not really the agents you want in this kind of situation. They're just not able to do too much, and the Spike being where it is, pre-plant comes through. I like they're prioritizing Alkia's ult as well, seeing that she already got a couple of kills in the round. So Bladestorm should be, the way Alkia is going, it might even be available for that bonus round.
Yeah, definitely. I like that, you know, these pressure Alkia, even though she whiffed a couple of rounds there, she said, you know, no excuses. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna get this kill. So I really, you know, I think that's really significant in terms of, you know, not losing your courage as a duelist, because, you know, the team's explosive potential just depends on your shoulders, you know. So I feel like her performance there was really good. And once again, BBL starts as the, you know, dominant side in defense.
Yeah, they look very happy with themselves, and still they're looking to take the fights here. Proxima already taking full advantage of having the Aizu shield on and active, able to already get the first kill, replenish the shield, and then get out of dodge. 3 players right now from BBL, lying ready, waiting to watch here, and here comes the Outlaw. Alkia with the second kill of the round. The remaining players still lying in wait here, and nobody really flanking in from the rest of BBL, so they will be able to rotate if they really want to. They want to be sure nobody's lurked up in the meantime, so they're going to be booking it towards A or mid instead. Marshall still holding here, coming up from Fluxy to at least keep the complete rotation of the BBL side from coming in. A side is open for retake, but there is some killer utility available, so it's just going to be Wenz looking to do the damage here, looking to possibly find a couple of kills, and the rest of the team, they've got the site for free alarm bot, though that's the cue for the rest of BBL to rotate, and here they come.
Yeah, and Heroic Valkyrie is now hitting the A site. Oh, it's just such a specific shock dart, but I
planted.
really, it does quite a damage for her, but not enough to kill her, per se. Philippa first finds the first kill with the Bulldog. And yeah, Heroic Valkyrie, they're just being cornered here. Fluxy left alone with the Marshall and receiving quite a bit of damage. I don't not think it will be enough to win the round wins. These sheriff shots just to delay this pressure, and Alkia gets the kill in the end. And it's just like you said, actually, Zach, you know, they're really anchoring down and getting Alkia's ult really early on.
Yeah, I mean, 3 more kills, got an Outlaw, or like an Orb and a couple of kills. I don't know, like Alkia really just enjoying farming up these kills and that ult right now. Juicy eco round for her. And yeah, 4-10, this is a must-round win for Heroic. They've got to be able to win it to be able to close this map, to have a chance at closing this map out and the 2-0. Otherwise, it is going to head to sunset, where it could genuinely be anybody's game, the way past games have played out before, at least. As said, though, I mean, again, the lack of a duelist on this attacking side is causing so many difficulties, and they're just not able to take space without paying for it with their blood. This time around, looking to contest on this A side instead, but still, it's going to be Wenz joined by Philippa here to play Spoilsport and Anchor. Wenz gets spotted out, of course, going to be falling back, but here comes the drone. It's going to spot out everybody. 4 players at least caught, and the rest of BBL, look at the rotation already. They're ready to go in for a retake. Flank as well.
Yeah, I feel like there was a bit of miscommunication with breaking the drone, so everyone was spotted there. That's really unfortunate for her here, Quackles, because all of their positions are accounted for in the side. And you can see, oh, Proxima's lurk will be tasty here if Super Frog does not guess it. Oh, yeah. It's just the attention. The shield is on, and she's ready to go for this pick. And when Lyda just kills being thrown left and right. Proxima and Philippa though, okay. Oh, Philippa will waste her life to get this defuse, but it's not enough. And the time, I feel, will not be enough for Proxima. Super Pro doing everything she can to clutch this one out, and she does.
1v2 situation, and Super Pro gets it done, bringing Heroic up to 5. Very close round though, and again, remember that was BBL's anti-eco. They were carrying a flaw. They were coming in with a full flawless from that bonus round, so it was like a very weird buy. A couple of bulldogs, you know, the outlaw and Alkia, of course. So the fact that they were able to take down 4 players from Heroic, as well as, you know, wipe their slate, as well as buy rifles right now, makes things look very, very dire. Neither side having the ults really to work with. Sealy could charge it up with the spike plant and an orb, or maybe a kill. But yeah, BBL on the other side, Isol's already just 1 away from coming into play. And they've also charged up Alkia, so pretty much available for the next round, depending on how this one goes. So Heroic, they've got to win this. They've invested fully in it once again. And rest of BBL, I mean, look at them. They're already looking to hold down these very aggressive angles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. And I feel like Heroic Valkyries were expecting this, you know, heavy, you know, aggression on the A side, but it seems like BBL is, you know, really comfortable right now, just like holding angles and just waiting the first step from Heroic Valkyries, and it seems like Alkia is suspicious of something. But yeah, Heroic Valkyries, hearing no sound is always a bad sign, so why not go B?
Flower going. Joan,
Yeah,
not gonna spot anybody. Left player.
Oopsie.
Oh, never mind. It did. It caught out Jada. Lida,
Oopsie.
sorry. There we go. Alkia pushing out. Knows the position. Able to get the kill. Not too much trouble there. No sound really being made either. So Alkia just a silent assassin from up on high. Take out the lurk there. And the rest of the team, they know that B is where this hit is coming. Smoke screen goes up. They're looking to just contact up onto the side. Beautiful molly to try and deny it. And here comes the spray. Unfortunately for Sile, just not able to find the kill. Philippa chiming in with one of her own as well. And yeah, Proxima gonna be able to get the ISO shield back up to boot. Is all down to Fluxy here. 1v5. And yeah, Proxima shield not even broken. Another Andalusia falls to get BBL up to 11. And Heroic, I mean, at this cusp, they're left in shambles. Not much money to work with, not many ults either. And they have to go up against not just BBL with a lot of money and full rifles. They also have to contend with Proxima's ult. And Proxima herself has just been such a volatile factor with that ISO. Been such a menace to really take her down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. And I feel like, you know, Heroic Valkyries, they're not really reading this right so far. BBL have been really like good at handling the pressure from them in the defender's side. So it's been especially difficult to, you know, get on the sides and either just like securing these plans when, you know, Alkia is just like so ready to receive this pressure. Look at this, get 1 kill, almost gets it 2. Still so much pressure, but it's all being dealt with by BBL, and the round is over in a matter of seconds. 5-12.
And there are already like a couple. Already there's one's utility to deal with, and then there's Alkia too, and then Proxima rotated over, and yeah, it was just a meat grinder at that point. No real way for Heroic to really be able to get back into that one, especially with it was an eco, but they did opt to play for overtime. They are going to be able to invest in these rifles now, and they've got Sile's ult, they've got Adora's ult, so they are playing a 6v5. In fact, if Elida does go down one more time, we'll have the Clove ult as well after the rest, so yeah, lots of ultimates to work with for Heroic side, and I mean, for BBL, they still don't have the lockdown or that Huntress Fury, so resources-wise, Heroic do have more on the plate here in terms of utility, but they've got to be able to find these opening kills. So far, I think that every single round, BBL has really thrived at being able to find that first blood, find that first kill, and make things look easy. The rest of Heroic, they have to recover somehow, and I mean, I don't even know how many rounds it's been straight for BBL, like at this point. It's just been such a dominant half coming in from them.
Mm-hmm.
No
And then,
distraction.
yeah,
Oh, nice.
Earl's, you know, being invested immediately, and Proxima, you do not miss this. Oh, she does actually. Fluxy doesn't fail a second time here. Alkia,
Oh,
though,
that's so
still,
smart.
yeah, still gets a kill. Yeah, no escaping from that, even there's so many people. Jada there to follow it up, and BBL just getting closer and closer to winning this map.
Very dangerous position here from Adora. Gotta be cleared out as well, especially with the res. You just don't want to play there. And he has to be able to get this kill, but Philippa shuts it down. Now it's all down to Celia. It's been a bit of a rough map for her so far, but if she can pull this off, no questions will be asked. The problem is that there's 4 players from BBL coming on every side, able to find one at least. But here come the ult. BBL didn't even need them to win this, and now 13-5. We are headed to sunset as that decider. Incredibly well played by them, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. It was such a good map play, and I didn't even realize when we went to the second half and when it was over. It was over in like a blink of an eye.
It was, yeah, it was a really quick map, especially once BBL were able to find themselves in high gear. I think that in that first half they looked really incredibly dominant, especially Proxima and Wen's popping off. I was counting the amount of isols that were successful, and before that last one out of Luxy, I would say it had a 100% win rate. I also like the kind of ultimate Proxima was using. She was able to constantly isolate important key players, whether it was the lurkers on the defensive side or just the killjoy on that attacking side, consistently making it so much more easier for her team to push forward. And overall, of course, Proxima and Alkia, kind of the dream duelist duo that you want. God, I wish I had people like them in my ranked games, but I digress. Unfortunately for Heroic, it's just going to be a repeat of yesterday. In fact, I think not having a duelist against the double duelist comp looked even more difficult for them, because even despite all the utility on that defensive side, they just weren't able to hold against BBL at all.
Yeah, unfortunately, I feel like BBL just practiced this one a lot. I mean, an ISO pick was really, we just talked about it in the beginning of the map, but it was really unexpected for them because I don't think they played this the comp specifically before, but it really, ended up working greatly for them because with ISO, you're really able to, isolate the player, and Proxima has used that really, really well. And yeah, in the end, it's just 13-5. Heroic Valkyries, like coming from that win in Lotus, they have seemed to be losing their momentum a bit here, but I wonder if they can come back in Sunset.
Yeah, it's gonna be the question mark on everybody's head here, especially the way that this map 2 played out. I mean, Heroic are coming in after the win. They lost this map yesterday, yes, but it seemed like they were confident enough to pick it against a team like BBL. But yeah, that just didn't work out for them. I mean, looking at the MVP as well, Proxima with that ISO, just incredible in not only being able to get onto site, but also just that trade potential. Like even that final kill contract that she did use, you could see Alkia pushing the body as well. So there was just no way that Fluxy was getting out. Win or lose that fight, Fluxy was still going down, and without the Viper, it just becomes impossible for them to really get onto site at all. And BBL, of course, in that post rounds, consistently being able to play for the retake and succeed. It's a trademark from what we saw on Lotus as well. They didn't even need to adapt too much on this map. Also, just a side note, like 45% headshot percentage, like excuse me, what the heck?
Yeah, I mean, Proxima, I was like, she doesn't miss the ults, and yeah, it was so, perfect how she dealt with like the ults. She didn't really just use it as a duelist, but more like as a controller as well. Like just like you said, she was able to really control the aggression from Heroic Walkie's side really, really well, and I feel like it's what's won them the map in the end.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Alkia and Proxima, they were like the key drivers for BBL to be able to close this map out so quickly. But yeah, we've got map 3 coming up next. Sunset, which will help decide. God help me, I can't speak today. But which will help decide who will walk out the victor of this series. And I mean, BBL, they've got a lot of reps on Sunset before. They've looked fairly successful during their time on the map to boot. So very excited to see if they can keep up the momentum and pull off the reverse sweep like Valiant did yesterday. For Heroic, though, I mean, it's gotta be rough picking this map again after stealing away your opponent's map pick. Yesterday, they weren't able to come back from that loss on map 3 as well. Things look really rough for them, but hopefully today things do go a little bit better. They're able to adapt. They're able to kind of figure out if they are making any mistakes for sure, and we will know for sure if who's going to be coming out on top, because map 3 still lies in wait. So before we head to Sunset, I do think we're going to be throwing to a short break, so we'll see you on the other side.
One enemy. 30 seconds left.
Enemy down.
One enemy.
Destabilizing. Triangle. No more.
One enemy remains.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Game Changers EMEA Stage 3. We are still on day 2 of the playoffs, Game 1, where Heroic and BBL have been facing it off here. We are heading to map 3 right now, which is going to be Sunset. And, to recap for those who are just coming in, map 1 was Lotus, chosen by BBL, which was stolen away by Heroic. Map 2 was Icebox, which was chosen by Heroic, but stolen away by BBL. So now that our teams are done stealing each other's maps, we do have the Decider coming up. So, Sarah and Decider going to be Sunset. What are your thoughts?
Oh, I feel like, the Decider is always a little bit tricky, but coming from yesterday, we talked about, Heroic winning the map pick of the opposite team, and then, just ending up losing the best of 3 in the end. I feel like I'm really afraid that's gonna happen again. Laha jump scare.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I think my shark wanted to cast a little bit in between.
Yeah.
I also promised somebody I would do this on stream, so apologies. But yes,
No,
sorry,
it's
shark.
okay. We
I'm
love,
testing today. We kick him out of there.
really love the
But
shark.
we do love the shark. Shout out to IKEA. But aside from the shark, back to what you were saying about these teams. I think definitely we were talking about it before we even headed into the series about how Heroic they historically as well as yesterday as well seem to kind of lose their energy towards that map 3. They seem to struggle a little bit more in terms of plays, and hopefully they've been able to kind of adapt and fix that problem heading into today. So hopefully that is going to be the case. I think right now momentum is for BBL, especially considering how dominant that map 3 was compared to that first map. I think that 13-5 is a scoreline that BBL are going to be looking to be very happy about. And my question is, what duelists are we going to see from these teams? Because yes, Halkia does prefer the Raze in the chat, but teams run the Neon, teams run the Yoru on this particular map. So I want to see if anyone's cooking anything anytime soon, because we do have Agent Select ready. So let's see what these two teams have for us.
I hope we're gonna get a jet.
Always want the jet.
Okay. This is different. I like the BBL comp, especially, seeing Neon on the ISO.
Same.
And the Claw as well. It's just such an unconventional comp that I don't think I've seen it before.
Yeah, I think I've seen it with the exception of the ISO. Teams like to run a second initiator, usually in that slot, but I'm on board with the ISO, especially after how Proxima was playing that last map. So I feel like, yeah, it's going to look really, really good, especially with the kind of speed that Alkia can bring to this comp. I feel like it's a comp that can hit very hard, very heavy, and very fast. I mean, Heroic, they've gone for something a little bit more traditional. I like to pick up the Astra. It kind of gives you that global utility, which is missing on the other controllers. You don't have to move around as much. You can kind of just lock down mid or, play with the rest of your team. Of course, Sova and the Breach, classic combo on Haven. We're going to be seeing it reprised here as well. Personally, I do like that the addition of Sova to a lot of Asian comps on this map just to deal with the pesky Cypher. So yeah, Cypher anchoring gonna have to be a little bit more creative. That unbreakable trip towards teammate is no longer breakable, and now we're gonna be heading into the map. It is gonna be BBL starting off once again on the attacking side. Their favorite side, I would say, going by how today has gone so far.
Definitely. Well, yeah, I mean, just going into this map is gonna be really interesting to see how BBL have worked on like incorporating ISO and Neon and Glow all together on this map, and just starting from the attack as well. It's gonna be dangerous, and they're not fearing this at all. Fluxy, not a cut of 4 so far, and Adora gets 2 kills before they go down.
Oh, what a shock dart as Philippa really knows her geometry. Able to get that kill. That said though, able to bring it down to a 1v2 situation, and Philippa with 3 kills on the round will be able to confirm both of the remaining players and take the round for BBL. Things looking a little bit nice for BBL there. That initial crossfire was nice by Heroic. They were able to get those first opening kills. Like, yeah, Fluxy gets the opener, Lyda gets the trade, but after that, the rest of BBL, when you're pushing against 5 onto a site, this is the advantage. So they're able to just continue finding these kills one by one, and BBL take a very convincing pistol round. Philippa, especially the hero of the round, they're really charging up that Hunter's Fury. Already halfway there. That is so cool.
Yeah. I feel like we see a lot of the teams like on attack, they're really scared to go to B because like of this like Cypher trips. You can't really like go left and right and break it because then you have like another person facing you and then you're dead. And but BBL there, they just rush inside so fearlessly, and I feel like the team coordination there worked so well in getting the pistol round. So that leaves Heroic Valkyries still, you know, with Sheris. Meanwhile, BBL is going for a force buy here.
They've got that additional bit of firepower thanks to being able to get that plants money as well. So shout out to Philippa, who's able to not only get 3 kills, confirm the round, get a shock dart kill, but also get that spike plant down. Like you said, Adora having taken a little bit more space towards main, looking to play aggressive, but immediately gets shut down by Alkia, just waiting with patience all this time. While the rest of BBL, the spike itself making its way towards this ace site. There is some utility there that could possibly help them. And in the meantime, Wen's on the lurk, able to clear out all of B. So they know for a fact that, okay, B site is looking completely empty. They're going to be rotating over as well. And it is just going to be one player towards market of all places to try and make things work out here. Fluxy might be able to perhaps get a kill on the timing here, depending on how it plays out. But Wins is already so deep on the lurk, able to catch all of these rotations. First kill already coming through onto Lyda. And now caught between a rock and a hard place. Stun doesn't even connect. So gonna be able to isolate the second fight as well. Fluxy caught completely unaware. And Wens right now just being an absolute menace. No safe way for the 2 remaining players to even get through it all here. Gonna have to invest a lot of utility. Flash connects with everyone. And Super Frog able to get a kill off the back of it, but it's just gonna be Super Frog right now. Knows that they're low. Alkia is able to just slide in and take care of that. So it is looking nice here. Second round comes through for BBL here. And into Eco basically flawless. So they're going to be feeling very happy about the number of guns they're saving.
Trick shots.
Yeah, I feel like Wens really was able to confuse her Valkyries, and I feel like there was a bit of a miscommunication on the whereabouts of Wens, because after getting that kill onto Lyda, Fluxy shouldn't have been caught unprepared for Wens' whereabouts. But yeah, I mean, in the heat of the action, I guess it just got, you know, lost. Okay, where does the short dart
Shout
go?
out. All right, shout out to observers firstly, because that is some nice detail. It's for the tripwire. Oh my god, all right. A nice little light up there from all the way across the map to take care of the hypothetical tripwire if it exists. And the rest of BBL, they look ready to go here off the back of it. Already going to be able to use the Neon's fast lane to take up a lot of space despite that cyber cage. Nobody really home on site, and they get all the space for free, including backside. Alkia didn't even have to use her stun, so that's going to be available in that post plant as well. And the remainder of the squad, they've got these rifles yet. Yeah, they sure looking to take a little bit more space. And here comes the recon. It spots out at least a couple of these players here. Alki on the corner, looking to take first contact, but Wenz will be the one to get the first couple of kills. The lurk is just so valuable. And now Alki with the stun, making things even more difficult. The smokes come through as well. They have to just double take contact, but the trade is immediate here, and just nothing that the remainder of Heroic can do here. An almost flawless round once again for BBL, and they looked great doing it. Third round on the board, upgrades for everybody,
Thanks.
and for Heroic, economy is broken. No ults to work
Yeah.
with either.
Yeah, I feel like, I saw wins in mid for a second, and I was afraid that, it was going to go down south really bad, but they managed to play that perfectly, and they have a neural theft and a Hunter's Fury online as well. Meanwhile, we have a little technical pause, but while we get that sorted out, how do you think these teams are playing so far on this map stack?
BBL looks exactly what a Turkish team with an Izo and a Neon should look like. That's all I gotta say about it. And they've been looking great. Jokes apart, or weird statements apart. I think Proxima really has the momentum from that past map on ISO. And of course, when you're playing ISO, when you got that shield, it just makes things easier for you to peek. You can take a free bullet or a showstopper or an off shot, whatever your enemy might have for you. Even if it's just a Viper volley, that also breaks your shield, unfortunately. But that thing aside, it just makes you so confident to go for these peaks, and you can really time your peaks as well. Imagine a Neon sliding and an ISO peeking after that. Who do you aim at? Which kill can you get? Because you're just not going to be able to trade it out. And I think that both Proxima and Alkia have been great at leveraging those kind of peaks so far. It's only been 3 rounds, and Heroic already look like they're just struggling to kind of keep up here. But yeah, now we're going to be back into the action here. Again, like we were saying before we went into it, economy broken for Heroic. Just 5 sheriffs across the board, but Saren, they're GC sheriffs. You never know.
Definitely.
Super Frog ruined it.
No.
It could have been 5 sheriffs.
Yeah, definitely. Everything could happen here. So while we go into this 4th round, but we have 2 ults to play around with on BBL side, so that's gonna be interesting to just keep up the momentum. And yeah, I feel like what I want to focus on here, you talked about ISO's utilities a lot, but I feel like Neon skins as well just give BBL just the right amount of courage to just get into sight and catch Heroic Valkyries so unexpectedly. So I feel like they have been really, really good in entering the site.
I think so, yeah. I think that for BBL on this map historically, things have looked a little bit dicey, but the good thing I can say for them is the last 2 times they lost it in stage 2, it was against the likes of Falcons and Giants, who are top 3 currently in EMEA, I would say, going by points. And both times they lost, it was in overtime. So aside from that, they faced Valiant, they were able to pull off the win, and overall they've been looking pretty good on this particular map. For Heroic, of course, things are just a little bit more of a question mark. I don't think they've really played Sunset yet. Since the team formed, at least going by the statistics. So it's a bit more of a question mark as to what they are going to be pulling in. But BBL, like you said, they've changed their team comp. They've brought in these new duelists. I think they used to run the Razor, the Jet as well. But seeing Alkio on the Neon, seeing the pick of the additional ISO as well, really just gets them so much more confidence, so much more firepower, and so much more aggression. And of course, you can talk about these 4. You can talk about Felipa with the perfect recons. You can talk about the entries from the kills. But this map, at least in 3 rounds, I can tell you, if Heroic don't find a way to deal with Wenz, she's gonna be the rat that brings their whole castle down.
Definitely. And I feel like, with every stage you are in Game Changers, you always try to come up with a new strat, new ways to play the maps that have been here for so long. But I feel like, Heroic Valkyries, they took a bet on the maps that they're playing with. They wanted to try something different. They wanted to try, catch their enemies off guard. But I feel like it's been going not so going well in that regard, because BBL, they really experience within all of these maps. We see the stats, we see so many comps here, and they have managed to come up with so much different comps here, incorporating ISO, both in Icebox and here. It's just been 3 rounds yet, but we can see just explosive potential come true, and I feel like it's really working out for them on that regard. Meanwhile, here Valkyries, they seem to be a little bit falling behind. So I hope they're able to keep that momentum from the first map. I feel like they really could get it done and come across, but yeah, it's gonna take a leap for sure.
Yeah, I definitely agree with everything you said there. And I think momentum, that's the key thing, right? BBL, they're coming off strong after that win, 13-5. Proxima getting so many kills with the help of that ISO, like really leveraging ISO's utilities to like the best way possible to be able to confirm kill after kill. And there's no sign of her stopping at all on this map. In fact, Alkia is like, you know what? I couldn't keep up with you on the jet, but look who I've got now. I'm faster than you. And Alkia just able to run in. I mean, the comp that they have, it perfectly almost counters the comp that currently Heroic is running, because like sure you've got the breach and the Sova, but you know if you're gonna be spacing your players so much, like Alkia sliding in, the rest of the team following in with a lot of smokes and cover coming through, with that help of that fast lane, especially the recon might not can everybody, and the breach utility, because of the spacing that it's so staggered, it's gonna be impossible to hit everybody unless they're like in a straight line or something, which I mean you could do it, but it's not as likely as before. So I think it's going to be very difficult for them to really counter it. Their Cypher can't anchor because of Philippa's recons. They've got to worry about Wenz, who is constantly on the lurk. Every time so far, she's been able to just hang around towards mid or, come in through A late and get a couple of kills for herself. So I think in particular, they have to figure out a way to be proactive, because I think the most successful teams on Sunset are the teams that are able to be proactive, able to find that opening pick or at least that opening info. And so far, at least, it's been a very passive game for Heroic.
Yeah, and Wentz has been so good on that regard, because constantly you're worried about like these duelists, they get into side and just take these spaces. But I feel like what's really not accounted for here is Wentz's really strategic play. So BBL know how to position her in like a really good position. So like whenever they need it, they have the anchor, they have that distraction to play around, and having that on top of the duelist distraction is like a huge like a problem that you have to go through and solve like before like even getting to the spike. So it's been proven like a different play style from what we've seen in stage 2. They're a lot more unpredictable, a lot more like on their feet, and so I've been like liking from what I've been seeing of BBL so far.
Yeah, same. I think BBL, I think with Vanya leaving, in the end of last year, there was a big question mark as to what this team would become with the new players coming in. And especially with Philippa having to take up that IGL role in those first 2 splits, it looked a little bit iffy, but, Jada coming in, taking over the reins, kind of freeing up Philippa to be able to play properly and to the best of her strengths and not worrying about that additional bit of efforts of IGLing has really kind of like enabled the team to be back at their usual full strengths. I also think Jada is kind of like a great substitute for Vanya in the regard of fragging IGL, at least going by today's performance. She's been having absolute banger kills, and I think BBL in general look very strong with her addition. So I'm kind of excited to see how this team is going to be playing out for the rest of the split, because as it is right now, if you think about the EMEA standings, Falcons, Giants, Giants X, as well as G2, of course, all 3 have not yet confirmed their slots for the Game Changers Championship, but they are far ahead of everybody else in terms of that, in terms of those championship points. So, so as a reminder to those watching, for EMEA, there's 3 spots for the GCC, the Game Changers Championship. 2 will be decided by circuit points, but the one slot will be decided by the winner of this tournament. So whoever does win this tournament, they're going to be making it to GCC. So it doesn't matter if you haven't gotten any points at all before this or something like that, you're still going to be able to make it. So it could be possible for Heroic to really bounce back here. But yeah, while we were struggling with the tech difficulties, thank you for hearing us. Yeah, we did miss out on a couple of rounds, but it seems like BBL have managed to extend their leads even further, once again putting Heroic in an eco situation. This time around, though, they've got some ults to work with. Early Cypher Cam already towards main to try and catch out a possible push here. And yeah, once it gets immediately broken, the rest of BBL, they're again hedging their bets, playing a little bit more slowly. And this push play, I mean, it's not going to really find too much.
Yeah, definitely. BBL once again leaning in more towards B sides. So this has been an issue. I feel like Heroic Valkyries, they haven't been able to really counter the pressure that BBL has been putting on B. But you can see their Cypher is still on the A side. So retaking the side will be a problem.
Here comes the ISO ult this time around. Who is the victim here? Only a Sheriff in hand. How much can you really do here? Sile, unfortunately, gets the shot, but it's onto the ISO shield, and Proxima not only able to get that kill, but also gets the shield back here. Drone for drone right now, and they try to go a little bit forward, but Alkia Gonna be pushed back at least by the attack for a little bit. Finally, it is gonna be the ISO shield being broken. Fluxy off the back of that, able to get a kill onto Philippa, but the remainder of BBL still in place, still looking to get some damage and kills. Lida though, a triple for her, and suddenly this round looks much more doable. It's all up to Alkia here. A 1v2, she gets the first one,
Alkia.
and now the Neon, the movement, it's gonna be enough for her to just try and play for the time at the very least. And
Oh my
Superpop
God.
just sticking this spike, tries to go forward, and oh my god, the bullets! Both of them!
Almost got me.
Quicker on the draw with the shorty. Keeps BBL's winning momentum in favor, and I feel like Alkia forgot about the possibility of the spike being stuck, but had like some violent PTSD towards the end of Lotus, and she was just like, "Oh, let me slide in."
Enemy remaining.
Okay, that was a bit scary.
I mean, I was scared. Look at this. I mean, the bullets being over and just like sliding over with the shorty. I definitely held my breath there. I have to take a moment.
You know, like when you type like a keyboard slash and it's just like a bunch of characters. That's what my brain was going through. It was like, yeah. I don't know. But Alkia gets it around, keeps BBL's flawless record flawless, and now Heroic, they go for a bit of an early push. Not able to find anything though. Instead, it's gonna be a mid crunch coming in from this BBL squad. Alkia stops in her tracks by this paint shells, at least for now. But Adora playing anchor spoil sport, and the rest of Heroic, they get a couple of kills for their own part here. Adora looking still low, Wen's on the lurk, able to find at least one kill, gets a second as well. That's gonna be the Neural Thefts coming through. Huge impact frag right now, and the problem here for BBL is that they need to still retrieve the spike. It's stuck towards B main. You can already see that the rest of the team has pushed forward, and Wen's lurk, it's gonna be brought down to nothing here because of the fact of this push coming through and the rest of BBL. I mean, it is still a 3v3 with Jada having their ult, but they have to isolate these fights. That's the first one for Jada. Gets their shields back, and here comes the Clovalt. It looks like they're gonna be chasing it. Not sure where exactly Wen's could be. It's still gonna be a 1v2, and Wen's, will she be able to clutch it? Gets the first one. Not sure about the position. Camera gets broken though. The Cypher versus Cypher. Super Frog missed out on the clutch the last time around. This time, full HP, full
30
shield,
seconds
everything in favor. All they have to do is buy down time on the clock here, but Wen's cannot be stopped. A 4K, a 2v4 for BBL, and they still make it look easy.
Yeah, making it look easy this summer. You look at this 0 to 7,
Player
like 7 consecutive rounds of the decider map. It's a confidence boost for sure. And you know, when right now Wen's is the MVP among BBL queens, like it's crazy to me that she's like leaving behind Alkia and Proxima, these two like explosive firehouses, and she says, you know, like, no, you don't, you have to, you can just sit back now. I'll take the reins, you know.
Yeah, that was a round that genuinely Heroic should have won. Like, Adora gets 2 huge opening frags, and they also get a kill towards mid thanks to Fluxy. And still, you know, they're not able to keep things up here. In fact, it was a 2v5. Wen's got the first kill after the 2 kills came through onto site. So, yeah, that was a round that unfortunately Heroic just had no business losing. And it's honestly going to be a huge blow to morale as well. Economy now in such an awkward spot. They still forced up to try and work with it. They've got 3 ults to contend with after all. That could be their saving grace here. But so far, at least BBL, they're just poking and prodding across the map, trying to see what they could do. And yeah, stream's gone as well. I think we're looking to get it fixed quickly. But yeah, 7-0 so far, man. Like, I don't know. I just feel like BBL, even when the cards are against them, they're just they have so much momentum in their favor that they're able to pull out these inhuman clutches, honestly. Especially the last one from Blends. That was like crazy.
Yeah, I feel like I want to point out this moment where, you know, Adora, she was in the 7th round. She was just like in B market, and she was just like going left and right. So she was able to deal with stopping Alkia's overdrive pressure really well. So she was dealing with her one moment, and then she turns around, gets 2 kills on the side, but you probably had to follow. But that's
Oh no,
Yeah.
it's gone for a fishing expedition. Okay, we'll rescue him quickly. There we go.
not a part of the stream anymore. But yeah, the comeback.
It's okay. Come back
Yeah,
to the stream.
so
Everyone can say
yeah,
hi.
I mean, so the Adora's like left and right. I feel like it was just what Heroic Valkyries needed to be able to like have that anchor down on the site, but it just didn't work out in the end, which is so I don't know how to feel about it. I mean, Wenz is just like so overpowered right now. She's feeling it. She's getting those skills, and we saw like these headshot percentages in BBL insane. So there's no need to talk about that. But still, having a cipher this powerful, I think it's just like it throws you off.
You know, I've had some games like that where I was just the rattiest rat in the server, and you know, my whole team would be on B, and I would like, you know, go shopping through A, get the ult orb, make sure nobody's there, tell them all to rotate, and then catch them on rotates. And I was never half as good as Wen. So Wen's being able to do this at such a high level is just incredible. Like, I'm sorry, man. Heroic had no business losing that round. It was a 2v5. How do you lose a 2v5 when you have the spike? Please make it make sense to me. I think it's just the momentum at that point.
I must wait more. I found my wire.
Drop in a score.
Enemy.
In the moments we missed, I am not sure if we saw BBL enter A, but you know, they've been really good in handling the B you know, attack side. But let's see how they perform on the A side when, you know, all of Super Frog's abilities are just like scattered around here.
Yeah, I mean, that might help a little bit to at least keep things anchored down here. But yeah, still, Super Frog only a sheriff in hand. The trip gets broken too. They can't really play off of it. The second trip just not in a position to really capitalize on it either. So things looking a little bit unlucky. Side gone completely, full 5-on-5 retake. This time around, though, we were talking about it. They've got so many ults to work with. In contrast to BBL, who have absolutely none. It's going to be important for BBL to get aggressive right now. And oh my god, Super Frog getting that kill could be the saving grace of this round if it does come down to it. Despite the ult, it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade so far. A 3v2 situation, and numbers completely in favor. It's all up to Alkia, and this time around, Heroic will be able to get the round and not let anybody clutch up. Finally, a round on the board here, able to get the defuse, and I saw those tech difficulties on our side kind of helped them too in a way. The
Yeah,
planting of the tech
maybe.
pause.
Yeah. Wait. Well, I mean, this is a good direction to be going in, Heroic Valkyries. They played that round good. I'm not sure if that was thanks to, you know, all of like Super Frog's abilities just scatter around A, or you know, just BBL not being able to commit as much, because you know, before seeing this round, I told you, you know, we've been seeing BBL performing so effectively on the B side, but I was more curious about seeing the A sides. But yeah, even though they lost that round, they don't seem to be afraid. And okay, and they're really punished for being too curious.
Yeah, BBL kind of they've been defaulting around A and mid more. Wen's kind of like the solo lurker, if at all. But this time around, the entire squad is here to play. And unfortunately, like you said, the punishment not exactly something expected. Oh, not the second time as well. They just keep picking one by one, and both Alkia as well as Proxima do not miss in those kind of situations when you're just holding an angle. 2 free openings right now. No more Hunter's Fury left either. Proxima on side continues to go farming with the help of the ISO utility. It is going to be a 5v2 situation. How much more can we really pull off here? Super Prog and Fluxy up against the world. Make that a 1v5 that we're looking at. At least the first one comes through here for Fluxy. But yeah, the recon, the tag as well. The wallbang could come through, and there's just nothing you can do. A barrage of utility, Proxima and Alkia on your face, and between them, the duelists are able to finish off the rounds completely.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, BBL just staggered a bit, but then I feel like what they were thinking was, okay, we lost A, but we shouldn't let that get ahead of ourselves. So I feel like they want to, you know, establish this pressure in A as well, and they've been looking so good so far on, you know, both sides of the map. I feel like we haven't really seen like a mid execute so far. Usually, like what we see a lot of the teams do in game changers is like they will, you know, anchor down on mid, maybe have like a Sage wall up, but we have no Sage in this map. But yeah, it's just like going in and maybe like trying for like a flank push. Meanwhile, your whole team pushes on main. So if you know, we have this like unforeseen circumstances. But first, so far, BBL have not found the need to even, you know, have that, you know, jack in the box yet.
Yeah, I mean, the last round that we saw is kind of similar to how they've been playing the first two maps, but this one, I mean, to be fair, when you have a 7-0 start, and even after losing a round, you're gonna still be feeling really confident. But, you know, after losing that round, they finally put the brakes on a little bit, and they're like, hold up, let's wait, let's see who comes fishing at the bait relay, and Adora was the victim. I think that entire round, Proxima was just having such a ball. You know, Alkia gets the first kill, Proxima gets the second, refreshes their shield, goes up the side, kills somebody, refreshes the shield, goes for a fight, kills somebody,
Yeah.
refreshes the shield. I'm sure you get where I'm going with this, but yeah, really
Yes.
just leveraging the ISO to its full potential. You only got like a 15-second window to take those kills, and Proxima has been really great with being able to take these fights and keep recharging the shields the more she gets it. So yeah, generally just peak ISO performance coming in, and I mean, after this game, I genuinely do not know who's going to be the MVP, whether it's Alkia or Proxima, because both of them are firing on all cylinders this time around.
Wins as well. I mean, she's been performing
Oh,
so
yeah,
good
for sure.
so far. I mean, we talked about like in the first map of Lotus, we saw that the controllers were the MVPs. So maybe we could have a Sentinel MVP as well right now. So all of these players just like keep surprising us.
Yeah, I mean, it would be. I wouldn't be surprised to see Wen sneak up on there. I think so far as well, her being able to get that 4K clutch in that 2v5, as well as just general pressure that she's exerting across the map with her position not being known. She's being an absolute menace and just preventing the rotations from really effectively coming through in most of these rounds here. In fact, even the round that they lost, she was ahead of that Rolling Thunder, playing inside her own cage. If Super Frog hadn't expected it and locked in that kill, it would have been a whole other story, honestly, looking at how things go. But yeah, Wen's just generally be incredibly beast mode on this map so far. Just kill after kill after kill, lurk after lurk. It's like that jump scare monster, you know, from the dark. Like, you don't expect to see it, and suddenly Wen's is there to like go boom. So
Yeah, true. I mean, it's a new playstyle, I feel, because I feel like what I remember of BBL from stage 2, just from scratch, just not looking any like statistics at all. I feel like it was more like by the playbook, so they had something like a guide they would like play with, so you could feel it in like their play styles, their team coordination. But I feel like going in the stage, they're trying to something a bit more different. It's been working out so far, which I'm happy about. You know, we always love to see like new comps, you know, new strategies going in, and like new ways to read these maps. So props to them, props to the coach.
yeah, I think that strategies in particular, BBL, they've just been looking really, really good throughout this entire map. I think, honestly, they feel the momentum, they feel the success, and I think they're just able to carry this momentum forward. I think this, again, it's both factors. BBL being able to just absolutely pop off, and also Heroic kind of struggling to keep up. And it's a repeat of yesterday as well, right? Where we saw Heroic win that first map, but then both the second and the third map, they seem to struggle a little bit more. In the third map especially, they looked really tired, or they just weren't able to keep up with the force that the opponent team was putting in. And I mean, this is BBL, so it's going to be even more aggressive. Like, Valiant, they've got Liza, sure, but for BBL as well, they've got like these incredibly strong duelists, and we've been talking about Alkia all this time. But Proxima,
Yeah.
you know, I remember watching Proxima on Navi to Celestials last year, being like the Omen player. But yeah, now it's just her on the ISO, really in her thriving main. Sorry about the sound cues, guys. I don't know if everybody else hears it, but I hear it.
Yeah, I feel like it will be fixed as we go on, but yeah, right now, just going into the 10th round here, as we were talking about this, we haven't seen that much of a mid pressure, but you can see Alkia just like making her way through, and she got the kill. Proxima as well, there to follow it up. No pressure here, BBL. They've been managing it so good so far, and Wenz, I feel like Heroic Valkyries, they should be in on her location. She hasn't been accounted for yet, and yeah, the backfire continues, and I feel like they're aware of Super Frog's positioning as well. Wenz, no sweat.
No sweat, strikes again. I hate visiting Underground Doctor as well. The way you're lurking, you're gonna need them, because you are just coming out and taking them everywhere. One round for Valkyrie so far, and honestly, Yeah, BBL Queens in this half, it seems like they have the momentum. Finally, a timeout being taken here by the Valkyries. They've got the resources to work with. I think they've got those 2 guns at the very least that they have invested in. I don't know if they're going to be going for an eco here because there's only 2 rounds left in the half. And, you know, they kind of need to win both. So ideally, they would force up here. But BBL, on the other hand, they have been really good at cycling these ults. They've at least got 1 or 2 going all the time. I mean, to be fair, Wenz has been having a game and a half here, 14-5, and almost 3 KDAs. So it makes sense. I think this is like the 3rd or 4th neural theft that she has ready.
Yeah, definitely.
3rd one, yeah.
And I lost count. I lost count, honestly. But yeah, that timeout is long overdue, I feel. And it's the first one that they're using when they're 8 scores behind. I mean, BBL have been playing this so good so far. The retake in Heroic Barclays in the 8th round, it was good, but it wasn't enough to, you know, pick up like the momentum and keep going, because Heroic Barclays, I feel like they've been, you know, committing to buying, but then they lose rounds, so they're back from scratch again, just like playing with these low impact guns. So it just keeps like going in a cycle, I feel. So I hope something changes with their strategy to make them, you know, keep up their momentum.
See if they can manage it. So far, at least they've been doing an excellent job. But yeah, Heroic, if they want to try and come back into this map, they've got to win the 2 remaining rounds, and it is going to be a forced fight. They've got 3 ults to work with, really strong ones as well, especially that Cosmic Divide. It could prove to be super useful. However, not like this, Adora. Adora, this time around, it's a Cypher doing the entering instead of the lurking. And yeah, once again strikes and finds that first kill. The rest of them, though, things looking a little bit more quiet. And they're just waiting for the push. Look at this Alki and Proxima, the high-low setup, waiting for that mid push. Nobody really approaching those. So the Spike, along with the rest of the squad, is looking to make a push towards A. Now, this time around, there is some Cypher utility on the side of the map. And in the meantime, Wen's still on the lurk, still on the prowl. And Fluxy, if not careful, along with Lyda, could be the next victims.
Yeah, let's see now. It's initiated, and
No
Wenz
way.
once again, just this punishment. It's insane.
30 seconds.
Wenz keeps doing the sig over and over again, and somehow it works. And BBL 4v2 now. Heroic Valkyries,
Deploying drone.
Super Frog and Silly, they have to do everything here.
Yeah, I don't even know if they're going to be trying to contest it. It's a 2v4. There are some rifles down towards mid. Soleil has been able to pick up an upgrade, and it looks like they are going for it. Clock already having ticked a decent amount as well. It's going to be a very difficult retake, but the breach facility at least could buy them a little bit of space. They spot out 1 player, Flux. It is going to be trying to push them out with the help of the Aftershock, but now Soleil in a 1v3. Everybody in her face, and just nothing to be done here as BBL, they get to double digits, 10-1 right now, and it seems like nothing can stand in their way at all. Again, Heroic having to just invest whatever they have left in some kind of buy. They managed to save all of these ults, and also very close to Adora's as well as Scylla's. If they can get them online, that could be a round that they have a chance at winning. But honestly, like 2-10 already, it's gonna be such a hard ask for them to climb back up there. And I don't know, it's such a difficult comeback story right now.
This goes.
Yeah, definitely. And when just I have no words for this, because she keeps, you know, having this mid pressure, and it's, you know, so unchecked, but it still works somehow. And Lyda does some HP damage for sure. But okay, Heroic Valkyries, they want to play this, you know, hard and
No
fast in
way.
A, but it just does not work. BBL are so ready for this pressure, and you can see that, you know, they realize B side is empty, so they're just rushing there. Meanwhile, Lyda and Silly, they're all the way in A, and Proxima is about to greet them with a warm welcome. Lyda, still far. Okay, still gets the kill though. It's the last round, but yeah, you know, why not just establish the ult again,
Feeling area.
Khalifa? I feel like Alkia was a distraction there for
Switching sides.
Philippa to
Yeah.
get the kill.
It feels like Alkia was the world's like longest running Sova drone, you know? You can see that
Yeah.
player and then you ult them immediately. That's what it felt like. But you know, this round is still funny to me because both the duelists were just chilling towards A main, watching for a push. And it was Wenz again getting the entry along with the rest of the squad. Wenz, Philippa, and Jada, the support. I put this in double quotes, by the way. I know people can't see my camera, but I put this in double quotes with the finger quotes and shit. Because honestly, it's insane to me that it's not even the duelists who are entering at this point. It's just
Yeah.
BBL feeling the momentum, going for these swings with all the confidence in the world, and getting these kills. It is absolutely bonkers to me that they're getting away with this. And I mean, Heroic yesterday, third map was a struggle. Today, even more so. 2 rounds is all that stand between BBL and victory, and such a rough road back for the side of Heroic. Already the stun perfect here. Proxima actually gonna be able to trigger the shield and go down, but still here advantage for Heroic here. Jada with the help of that boost gonna be going for some additional damage attempt. Spike in their control as well, and the flank again. Wenz. Oh, we've seen this before. Again, it's gonna be Wenz trying to get the headshot. A little bit of a whiff there, but it's okay. The shots still connect. And now Super Frog, they've been the hero before. This time around, though, out of bullets when it's needed the most. And it's gonna be BBL that matched in series points.
Unbelievable. I mean, I was like, at this time, I was like, okay, we're all playing in mid, but I mean, out of that chaos, BBL still reigns supreme in this match. And there's just 1 round to go. I feel like, you know, they have nothing to lose right now.
Nothing to lose. And BBL, I mean, they've got 12 chances to try and close it out here. Or rather, 11 chances to try and close it out here. So they can chill. They've got the money. They've got the rounds. They've got the momentum. Honestly, everything that they need to close it out here, they've got it. So I would be very surprised if it isn't a 13-1. And Heroic, I mean, what more can you really do here? Again, this team started off on such a good footing, but now against VBL especially, they seem to just have no real answer to the kind of aggression being posed here. Proxima, having triggered the ISO shields already, hasn't really been able to take a fight here, so that's just gonna go to waste. That said, though, there is backup already here in the form of Philippa. As that smoke comes down from the Astra, it's gonna be noise cut by Heroic, maybe to try and get a rotation off this A site.
Here, Walkers, they're taking it slowly for sure, just waiting for BBL to make the first mistake. Adora, okay, she expected, and BBL get 2 kills out of a sudden. It's not a good
30
start
seconds left.
for what could be the last round ever of this best of 3.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and assume that it's gonna be the case, especially after that kill. Lyda trying to keep desperate hope alive, but look, Proxima still on site, so ready to be a menace here. No way to find the spike either, and yeah, between a rock and a hard place, there's nothing that Fluxy can do. 13-1, BBL make a statement on this map 3 as they win their first series. You know, they might have lost map number 1, but they didn't let that stop them. Out on Sunset especially, the combination of Wenz, Alkia, and Proxima, just impossible to deal with. A very, very convincing win, I would say, from them on map 3. And honestly, I really hope we see more of ISO coming out of Proxima because it is just phenomenal.
Yes, definitely. I mean, we just keep talking about how like a different playstyle they're incorporating here, and it's what's I feel like what won them the best of 3 in the end. But still, our MVP is Wenz.
Yeah, MVP is Wenz, 19-6, 3 point something KDA. But people who are better at math than me can do the math for that. But yeah, just huge series for Wenz. I mean, the 2v5 was like the kill of the century here. 2 first kills as well, which is just really amusing to me because as a Cypher who's been lurking the whole game, really has no business getting the first kills. But there you go, that's just Wenz for you. And of course, right behind her, Proxima and Alkia, both just absolutely having the time of their lives, I would say. I mean, when Wenz is popping off on multiple fronts, you can afford to just kind of let loose and play. And honestly, this just felt like a ranked game to me. You know, when there was like a Radiant Cypher Smurf against like the rest of us poor people. That's how Wenz looked in that game. Just on a whole other level from everybody. Like, I don't know what she ate before this game, but she's got to eat more of it. Looking at the scoreboard though here, what really stands out to me is the first kills. Like, of all the fights that they've taken, of the 14 fights that were taken in 14 rounds, BBL won 10 of them, and that is crazy to me. Because, you know, we've been talking a lot about Wenz has that KD that's really up there, but the remainder of the fights were taken by Alkia and Proxima for the most part, and the fact that they were able to win so many of them so convincingly, it's just huge to me.
Hmm. Yeah, and I feel like this was a very bitter loss, 13-1. It's just BBL are on a different level here. I mean, we're just at the start of stage 3, but I've say, from what we've been seeing like throughout like this best of 3, they have like pretty good comms, and like they're more like quick on their feet. I feel like Jada's IGL style also has something to do with that. And I like this new BBL.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really happy to see Felipa, kind of being able to allow to go back to her initiator fragging days. And of course, Jada in particular, like I think this team really kind of lost out on one of the best fragging IGLs in game GC EMEA, if not the best one, with Vania leaving. And, with them getting another fragging IGL into play, I think this team is looking great. I really am excited to see what they have cooking for the rest of this stage. And I mean, Wenz in particular, that game was just I have no words for
On
it.
fire.
It was an absolute bonkers game, yeah. But
Yeah.
anyway, that was only our first game for the day. Hopefully, for the second game, we have our stream fixed and all the issues that have been plaguing you. It's a bit sad because they won't get to see our other pair of casters' pretty faces as much like they saw ours. So that might be a little bit of a loss. But yeah, this is gonna be it from Saren and I for the day. Game 2 is gonna be taken up by the wonderful Winter and Akamas, who I believe both of you, we saw them yesterday for game 2 as well. So any final thoughts, Saren, before we toss it off for the day? Anything on your mind?
Forza BBL.
What's up, BBL? You heard it here, everybody. We'll be back after a short break, so don't go anywhere. Make sure to get your snacks because up next, it's going to be Germans attacks versus G2 Golden. Back-to-back champs of GCE EMEA, so it should be a banger of a game. So stay tuned.
One enemy. One enemy. 30 seconds left.
Enemy down.
One enemy.
Destabilize it. Try again. No more.
One enemy remaining. Looks like one enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Player standing.
Enemy down.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. One enemy. One enemy remaining.
And with that said, welcome back to the VCT Game Changers EMEA. My name is Akamask, and next to me is the great, wonderful, and incredibly talented Winter. And it's an honor for me to be here today because the best team the DACH region, my region, has ever seen, has ever produced, will play against a two-time Game Changers champion, G2 Esports. It's gonna be an absolute banger. It's gonna be an underdog story like Odd One Out last split. And I'm just incredibly hyped to be here. I hope you're feeling the same thing. We're looking at the standings.
Oh, for sure I'm hyped. I love casting any G2 game. Just, I feel like you can see the experience that they've racked up over the years when you look at the pedigree of the players that they have, and then how well they integrate new players coming in. So yeah, it's definitely going to be a challenge, I think, for Alternate Attacks here. And as you can see, the group is looking like a bit of a difficult one. You have KC, G2, and NASA, some of the heavy-hitting teams from previous split, and then obviously odd one out as well. So I feel like for the qualification going into playoffs, it's going to be how well Alternate Attacks Ruby and odd one out play up against each other, along with how much impact they can have when they go against some of the top 3 teams.
Yeah, you saw it already. It's gonna be a really, really hard group for this alternate lineup. All of them are rookies on the game changer stage. Blossy, Ellie, Jade, Ginger, and Harmony. All known names from the DACH scene, but no international experience on their tables aside from 1 or 2 contenders runs. Ellie, especially, incredibly young player, only 17 years old. Probably the biggest prodigy the DACH region has ever produced. And it's gonna be a rough one for them. If they want to challenge G2 Esports, they need to make several steps up from their contenders' performance. We saw them basically drown against Valiant, who had a great showing yesterday, not gonna lie, but G2 Esports is another caliber. They are probably the best team we have in the region. Cut the probably. They are the best team that we have in EMEA currently. And it's gonna be a far stretch for Alternate Attacks if they want to pick up something here.
Yeah, for sure. Building on your point where you said the best team that we have currently in the EMEA. And yeah, sure, some of the series have come close, but this entire year, and I'm talking about from January, everything in 2024 for VCT EMEA Game Changers, they have only lost 5 maps in total across, well, 9 months really of playing. And well, if you think about it, going down into the even more detail, they've only lost 2 best of 3s. So when we're talking about heavy hitters, we mean heavy hitters when it comes to G2.
Yeah, but G2 has lost 2 maps against 1 team in the last split that basically nobody expected. Odd one out on the first match day. G2 started to struggle suddenly in a way that we have never seen of them before. And this might be it is a far stretch, right? And G2 is the big favorites going into the series. But if Alternate Attacks has a chance on beating one of the biggest teams in the region, then it might be in this matchup particularly because G2 has a history with that. And overall, the DACH region as a whole, as we see right here with their official Valorant account, is standing behind this team. Like, the support over the last few days and since their qualification has been crazy from the overall region. And the push that they might get from this, it might be the thing that pushes them over the edge and at least show a competitive series against G2 Esports. I'm not gonna necessarily say they will win, but show a competitive series, and that would be something, you know, they should do, especially for the continuation of that run and probably their most important match against Odd One Out in the next week.
Yeah, when you're talking about the odd one out match, I really do feel like that's going to be one of the most important ones for Alternate Attack in this group stage, where it doesn't matter about who they're going to be coming up against, it's who they're faced with right now, today. It's G2 goes in, and we're looking at the map. So what do you think about this, Akamask? We got an Abyss. Hello?
I think G2 banning Ascent is 100% a safe call. Alternate Attacks has 1 Ascent loss over the whole year. That was against Valiant. No, I think they have no Ascent losses over the whole year. And only have 1 best of 3 loss. That was against Valiant. Valiant was the only team that came close to beating them on Ascent. Every other team struggled mightily against them. So banning their most comfortable map in that situation is nice. Also, the BIS pickup for ATN is good for me, but Lotus and Sunset might be a problem for them coming up. I especially love the BIS pickup because it's a new map. There are certainly new ways to play this one, and they maybe have a strat that pushes G2 out of their comfort zone, and in those situations the underdog teams might be in a situation where they can beat, especially a team that's so far up in the standings and so far up in the predictions right now.
I mean, yeah, if we want to just focus on the first map that we're going to be going into, it's going to be Abyss. Like you said, it's one of the new maps. We're not necessarily sure what either of these teams are going to be bringing on because, well, neither of them have any officials on it. So when we're going into this, I really do feel like it's going to be how well both of these teams are able to stick to their plan and sort of their game plan going into it, especially since, like you said, it's G2 goes in, these heavy hitters, sort of the titans of the EMEA scene against, well, the newbies. They're coming from a regional, they're coming into this. This is sort of their rookie debut into Game Changers. And I really do hope that they're able to sort of stick to their game plan coming into this when that's all you can really do. That's all the preparation that you can bring forward, unless for some chance that they might have been able to scrim against each other. But again, scrim's different to officials, so it's definitely going to be a really good proving ground for them. And I'm really interested to see what agent comps that we're going to be getting. So talk me through this, Akimask, and let's get into that agent select.
Yeah, let's get into it. Abyss, a map, you see a lot of comfort for people, and they're playing the Sage. I love the Sage on Abyss because, you know, the slows are going to be insanely cool. I love the wall setups that you have. It's kind of like Sunset, but on the other end, the G2 lineup. Also crazy stuff with the Euro, with the Harbor. Some interesting comms coming through here. The double smokes for G2 seem very, very interesting. But on the other hand, attacks changes out the Cypher in that kind of default comp for that Sage, for Ginger. It's gonna be an interesting one either way. I would have preferred some more spice from the side of attacks, especially since they are the underdog team right now. But we can talk a lot about team comps. We can talk a lot about what might be happening because it's the first match for alternate attacks in VCT Game Changers EMEA. The first time a full DACH lineup is coming through the main event. And it's gonna be an incredibly interesting one into the reigning champions of G2 Esports. Not probably, the best team in EMEA right now. Let's go. Guys, I'm just incredibly hyped.
You're hyped about alternate attacks. I'm hyped for the comp that we see G2 running. You have Rescue on that Yoru and also Vanya and Amy on those controllers, running the double controller. So this is going to be heavily reliant on entries from Rescue, which is able to get one, but instantly traded back out by Elliot. Good start for this defense. They're going to be under pressure now. Ginger follows it up with a spam through the smoke onto Amy.
And that's the Sage wall I've been talking about. A little bit similar to the Sunset setups that you have, where you can just cut off big areas of the map with that agent. And G2 finds himself down one player. Mimi eagle-eyes that a little bit. Is Ellie ready for the push of Petra? Gets another frag. It's only Harmony and only down to Harmony and Ginger.
Last player standing.
Ginger, the long-term stay for alternate attacks, need to find a solution to that situation, but Mimi just too strong. Gets another frag. Alternate attacks. Welcome to GC EMEA in the main event. G2 Esports. Just showing them the difference between contenders runs and the main event. Starting off with a great pistol round.
Right there. Right there.
Just going through the motions for that retake really for G2. And especially with Mimi on that flank, he's able to pick off one towards mid. And inevitably closing it out there, as you can see in that replay. But it's quite interesting, the comp and how they've sort of designated these roles with Amy and Vanya being on that double controller. With Mimi as well on the Sentinel rather than the flashes that we normally see her on, like on maps like Split, heavy hitter on that breach. But they're heavily relying on Rescue's flashes as well. So going for these retakes, I think it's going to be prevalent for them to make sure that they can hold the map control and being able to flood on with so much utility, but then they also have the delay of that double controller, and it can be just suffocating for the side of alternate attacks when it comes to those buy rounds.
And needs to take a lot of time here. Might have some short issues right now.
I got the spike.
Magnum, can you hear us?
Yeah, having a little bit of tech issues. We cannot see, but I'm sure and hoping that G2 are going to be winning this round, since it is an eco for the side of Alternate Attacks. Full eco. There's only one sheriff available. Okay, up, back, and live. And, well, Jade's already been taken off the boards. Make that double for Harmony as well, being taken away. Amy putting her name into the mix, taking out the opposition Astra. And yeah, it's just a bit of a cleanup right now for G2.
Yeah, Attacks falls apart alone. No person really there to challenge the 1v1s, and they're gonna be picked apart one by one. It's only Ellie, the young prodigy. For 17 years. No real experience on the table, and the setup from G2 is so strong. Can the game changers Sheriff do anything? No, it's gonna be a flawless run from the G2 esports squad. Petra closed this one out. 2-0, alternate attacks. Not the warmest of welcomes G2 is giving them. They need to figure it out and get it together at this point. Important round to get here, but the bonus looks great for the top tier lineup. The heavy hitters we have been talking about in all of the pre-show. Only 2 frags in both of those rounds. It's not enough for the German lineup. Mimi alone has more. Flash is coming through. Positioning is there. Mimi in heaven. That will give the needed information. Turret goes down now.
Oh, that arrow. Unfortunately, a little bit too late for Mimi to put her name into the mix with that Sage Wall going up. You could see the cogs in their brain about what the protocols were. Get an arrow going, and then Mimi can spam through the smoke.
Spike planted.
Unfortunately, it's not going to happen, but it's a headshot that's just going to be picked up for her instead. Jade drops. It's looking a little bit more believable what could happen, but a little bit of an oversight to the position in there, and Ellie takes complete advantage of it, doubles it up, and yeah, for Mimi, there's not really much left to say in this round. Ellie closes it out. One of the players you were highlighting before, Akamask, about the sort of the talent and the rookiness of some of these players, but you can see pop-off moments like that.
Yeah, we talked about it. Probably the biggest talent of the overall DACH region. Sorry, the sound's a bit distracting here. Yeah, probably the biggest talent the DACH region has ever produced. Showing off with her quadra kill herself. Going to 5 frags. Now it counts for attacks. Still not the most data on the Abyss map for both sides. It tended to fall more attacker-sided in the past. Let's see how they're turning it up. Great mid-push on the side of attacks. Blossy and Ginger. More oriented towards the sides themselves. G2 has so much space already into that A main area. No mid control, but you don't really need that once you have the heaven secured. That alarm bot also gives more than enough information for your own side, and not the most aggressive push from ATN. Mimi opens it up, finds Jade. Finds the overall experience that Attacks has. The former big player. Holds down in the middle at the start of the round, and it's gonna be an A execute on the side of Attacks. Drone is going down. Now G2 player to be found. Need to see Vanya in the backside now, but her aim is steady. Too strong for the side of Attacks. Double kill for Vanya. And it's only down to Ginger and Harmony.
And there's still plenty of util to spare, but it's Harmony who's going to be taken into her own hands, swinging out of that cove, followed by Ginger, but similar ends just being dropped by the remaining players of GT. But you were mentioning in that round, actually, about the lack of mid control. I'm actually loving it. Just if you're looking at where G2 are sort of defaulting their setup towards the start, if Mimi is towards A, you'll have normally Mimi and Amy or Vanya, one of the controllers, with her, and they do not fight for A main, they do not peek for mid because there's turret set up for it. Similarly here, when it's swapped over, there's still turret for mids, they don't have to designate a player to it, and they'll stack 3 players to the other side and they'll search for main, which is exactly what they're doing onto A, which will allow for faster rotates and a lot more warning signs over to the players on B, which is exactly what Mimi got there, and another kill to her name.
Another good start from the side of Mimi. Blossy is very far behind there. Dylan spawned to cut some potential rotations. But her team is on site. The rest available for Ginger if she wants to do that in the main area. But it would be very exposed for the rest of her team. But it seems like we're gonna get the rest. Harmony back on the side. Smokes are up and still going. And let's see how they can hold this one. Ellie gets another frag, finds rescue. But Petra with the trade on her own. The scans from Harmony might be very important right here, right now. Petra finds Ginger, finds the Sentinel, and the spam is coming through. But only one frag for Jade. Vanya can trade this one again, and Blossy has a long walk to run. Time is on the side of G2. 1 versus 3. Vanya closes it out. Spike is defused. 4-on-1 alternate attacks. Loses this round again, and G2 is up 3.
And you can see exactly what G2's idea was going into that round. You have the Reckoning online, which has pushed, well, everyone back into this D position in B main. Allows then Vanya to come through onto site, put that Cove down, and it's just the pressure that they're applying, even when they weren't necessarily on that defuse straight away, just the Cove and being on the bomb itself forces players to peek. They have to peek just in case there is someone defusing. They have to break the Cove, which then opens them up to the other players of G2 that are ready there with rifles in hand and looking exactly where, well, all these bullet sprays are coming through the smokes. And then left in an unfortunate situation, Blossy trying to go for that flank there, where it's a little bit too little, too late, and too much to ask when there's a 3v1 and the bomb's almost already over halfway.
Yeah, it's too little too late. And at this point, from the side of alternate attacks, you have 2 ultimates on deck, but is that enough to crash that side? The timeout comes maybe around too late. Only the Hero Vandal on Blossy, if they decide to use it, would be a risk. And Blossy, yeah, sells the gun. It's to game changers, Sheriffs we go. For the DACH organization. But are they ready for it? Are they ready to face G2 in a lower-handed battle? As I said, the Hunter's Fury would be available. Same with the KO ultimate. Some push towards mid from Ginger. They want to play a more lurk carry setup this time. Also, I like the Outlaw buy for rescue. Just saving some of those credits for the next few rounds. Benefits your economy perfectly.
Yeah, but it's not only that. Look at, well, they know how poor and how dire of a situation it is for alternate attacks. Not a single one of them have full armor. So, sure, they have a Sheriff and half armor, might be able to get a couple of kills if you want to go for the track of how game changer Sheriffs have been, but it allows it to post up on this angle in mid and not have to worry about going for those headshots, and can go for the body shots just because of the economy situation of alternate attacks without having to invest that deeply into buying like an operator.
Yeah, it basically becomes a it basically becomes a small operator in your hands in those situations. Ali Dash is on side, a lot of space for attacks. They will plant the spike, but the retake looks good for the side of G2 Esports. Some spam through the smokes. There's a gap in the wall as well. Mimi finds Harmony. First frag is going down. And rescues with the baby operator in hands. What can attacks do? Realistically, it's a lost round for them. Rescue finds Ellie, finds the other protege. EMEA's goat is right here, but Jade and Blossy can at least clear up a little bit. But no, all positions are known. Amy and Vanya are there to call the round. That's number 5 for G2 Esports. Attack struggles mightily. Rescue will get another ult point for her side. And with that, G2 Esports just runs away with the game at this point.
Good try, idiot.
If you want to just talk about that round in particular, I think that's a kind of a round that both of these teams can walk away from happy. In the sense of alternate attacks, they didn't really invest that much into it, just had the Sheriffs and half armor. They managed to get 2 kills and that spike down. And, well, on the flip side, for G2, you've managed to come away from the round. You've only lost 2 weapons. You've already got an economy that keeps building up and building up. And beneficially, now Rescue can actually invest into that operator.
Right there.
Since it's going to be against those full buys, full armor. And you can see alternate attacks, 3 ultimates online, but it's mirrored by G2 as well. So it's going to be a heavy hit over towards B at the moment. But
Also fast. Also
yeah,
fast
maybe
one
it's
coming through.
nowhere near. Look, those lance ones can still be popped.
So a fast side go from attacks. They have the space. And can plant the spike again, but the retakes was so clean from the side of G2. Amy finds Ellie already. Also Jade dies to the Hunter's Fury. Kills going left and right for G2 Esports, and the spike isn't even planted. Gozen might be just too strong for attacks on that first map. Welcome to Game Changers, EMEA. It's the core right here. Mimi finds Ginger. No footing on the map. Clone goes through the wall, but Harmony finds another frag. But it's only a trade. Blossy all on her own now. The IGL against the world. The suck might come too late. Half
Trying to
defused
block.
already. Try to block this one. The fuse will go through. Blossy just saves her Vandal. Tries to get out of the situation alive. But Vanya gets the last laugh. 6-on-1 G2 Esports. Just too much of a threat for the side of alternate attacks.
And with the loss bonus as well for alternate sides, they're realistically going to be able to keep buying until they win a round. Just based on the fact that they're not fully invested into that full armor. Like you can see on Ellie and Blossy, they're opting for that half armor because, well, everyone on G2 is playing those Vandals or the Operators. It's not going to affect that much. ADP from Rescue. And it is a missed shot, so that could be the entry call for tonight to now speed up.
Right there.
Off the back, there is a Cosmic Divide invested.
World's divided. Knife goes through as well, so G2 suppressed for the time being. Plant goes down on the bridge. That's a good position, you know, just to hold it. Always risky for the plant. Rescue as her ultimate. Can just find all the information needed. Sees attacks in the main area. Petra starts to defuse. Nowhere to run. Hunter's Fury already used by Harmony. Stalls out some time. But hits Jade in the end. Also the Killjoy ultimate comes through now. Can Amy find Blossy? Blossy is faster this time, but Rescue also with a trade of her own. Double kill for her. Finds Ginger. Finds the Sentinel. The defuse just started. But the flank of Blossy coming through right now. Petra trades it as well. One player detained. Blossy all on her shoulders. But a triple kill for Rescue. And also a frag from Mimi. It's just too much. Alternate Attack's gonna lose this round again.
Yeah, but look how closer they're making it. Honestly, I love that post plant from the side of alternate sides. They're having so much pressure, and the flank from Blossy that you can see in the replay, how impactful that truly was to making it, well, to a situation where they were only just about getting away with that defuse with, well, 0.2 seconds basically left on the clock. And you can even see just in the timeline, out of, well, 7 rounds that they've lost, they've been able to get that spike down 5 of those times. That's what's kind of keeping the economy of alternate attacks going, along with that loss bonus. I think it's just important to note that they are able to get onto site. It's just the post plants that are just getting dismantled at the moment by G2.
Hey, G2 just one edge up in experience. Rescue holds her own. Ellie just tries to be aggressive to mix things up, but Jade finds a frag. But only a trade down here, the spike. Somewhere dropped into Narnia. No real way to recover this one for Blossy and Harmony. Maybe the call is just to save the weapons because you know that Vanya and also Petra are there. Just waiting for someone to drop into the space. Just waiting for blood to be fought. For a head to be found. Blossy sees Amy now. Loses the duel as well. Vanya with the operator in hand. Harmony can just pick up a weapon. But it's a 1v4 for the young initiator player. Nowhere left to run, and Vanya ends the round for G2 Esports. Not the most tense of all games. G2 completely in control. Aside from that one round where they, you know, defused it with 0.2 seconds left. G2 just utterly in control, and Attack seems to struggle with the overall pressure.
And look, it's a second timeout already being used right now. So there's going to be, after this timeout, there's nothing left for the coach to be able to have their input in. It's now or never. And honestly, I think it's valid because you're coming into this. If you're looking at the scoreline, it's 8-1. They need to get a couple of rounds on the board to even have sort of a viable chance of saying, okay, a comeback's possible when we're talking about sort of the 9-3 cases. An 8-4, it could be something that we could say there's a chance if they can get the pistols, if they can even get a conversion into like a 3-0 start into the next half, but they don't have that much wiggle room at the moment. So they need to get at least 2-3 before we can even say that they have a realm of possibility, especially with how G2 have been playing. When they have such, to me, I feel like this comp is going to thrive on attack just as much as it is on the defense with that double controller.
Yeah, and also, I don't know, the defense with the double controller setup of G2 Esports might just be really, really hard, especially with the ultimates on deck. Right, once EMEA and Vanya have their ultimates on, it's always going to be a guaranteed side tag for G2 Esports, and their post plans will be better than the ones of Attacks. Nice flash of Jade, but doesn't really find rescue. Wall is going through. Now they should have seen the operator. Rescue flashes. Take some time and find Sally! Just too much experience for this Attacks lineup. Knife will also get some information, but rescue is there. Petra comes through the rescue as well. And in the end, it's a clean round by G2. Flawless. Nobody gets on site. You shall not pass Attacks. Just a warm welcome, some tea and hugs. And a 9-1 lead for G2 Gozen. Attacks struggles mightily in their first map.
One enemy remaining.
On the VCT Game Changers EMEA stage.
Turn out.
I can kind of see where alternate attacks were coming from with
Placing
taking the veto, allowing this to sort of come through and, well, picking it themselves.
Swarm grenade.
That, yeah, neither of them have any sort of officials on it, so in the possibility they wanted to surprise G2 and sort of catch them off guard with this pick, but you can clearly see that that is not the case. G2 are well-oiled and drilled on this map. And just really showing the prowess of this defensive half. 1 for 1 already, though, for each of these sides, even it back out. But you've lost your smokes, and you're on the attacker. You don't have the benefit of being G2 with the backup controller. Petra's going to go looking towards mid. Worried about the res. Gets the first.
Spike down.
Rescue helps with the second, and now
Here.
a spike is just being given.
So much information for G2. They need to make something happen from the side of Attacks, but it's gonna be really, really hard. Yeah, they got the controller back, but at the cost of Ginger and Jade falling as well. No real opportunity to get on side without the decay utility. Ellie invested her dash as well. What can they do? G2 just gives them the side. Gives them the option to plant right here. They don't know where Blossy is, but Harmony finds Petra, finds their counterpart. Same goes for Amy. Double kill for Harmony. She might have found an angle here, but Vanya just too strong. It's only Harmony, only the Sober, left alone on site. And Rescue ends the round with another operator shot. Double digits for G2 Esports before the half is even ended.
Last round before the switch.
And this is just... G2 is just teaching alternate attacks at this point. The inexperience just shines through.
Sorry.
The G2 goes in comp is given sort of the old G2 America's team comp, other than the fact that they've swapped out the second controller of the Viper for the Harbor on Vanya, and I think it's honestly, I love how it's working for them as well.
I also love the call of switching the controller to the Harbor. I think Harbor is probably, at the current state, the better agent in the game. On the other side, good opening by Jade. 2 ultimates still in hand for alternate attacks. What can they do with their KO? Ellie, up there in heaven, is still unchecked. But Petra and Rescue are already finding the frags. Ginger and Harmony down. Jade has to pop off for her team. DX, big prodigy. Current Valorant star player in the DACH region. Needs to get something done right here, right now. Ellie finds the knives. Double kill from heaven. Lottie also finds the kill onto Mimi, and it's the second round. Alternate attacks. Ellie with an incredible play. The level of patience is great. And in the end, it's at least the second round for alternate attacks. It still looks dire, but they're not dead yet.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, you can see in the replay those, well, quite literally round-winning kills from Ellie there with the Blaze Storm up in the corners, able to pick up 2. Mimi left with a difficult 1v2, especially on the angle that Blossy was playing on, but from now, we've got double digits already for G2, and I hate to sound like a broken record about talking about the wiggle room, about the opportunities for mistakes. G2 don't make that many in general, and, well, alternate attacks have to play almost perfectly to sort of bring this back into the realms of possibility. Even like a 10-5 would be incredible if they're able to achieve it, but it starts with the pistol.
It all starts with a sheriff. And they push this one into mid. A lot of space taken from the side of attacks. Certainly a different approach than what G2 threw at their face. Ellie finds the contact with Vanya, but it's not a good one. Not a happy welcome. For the side of GQ2's second controller, pour the flash into rescue, finds Blossy, finds the double kill. Harmony falls in heaven as well. Alternate attacks just falls apart once again. G2 up and above. No real shot for Ginger and Jade to re-clear this one. One flash available for the initiator. Talked about her so often in the DACH region. Jade finds another frag. The SA might come through right now. But there needs to be a miracle.
One enemy remaining.
For the side of her. Ginger falls down to Vanya. Jade's still alive, but the triple kill comes through. G2 Esports just tries to speedrun this map. 11-2. Pistol round falls their way, and now you need to basically force this one from the side of attacks.
Yeah, and just look at this double entry from Rescue first, and then it's just the second. It's one shot is all that's needed, straight through the smoke, straight to the dome of the unsuspecting alternate attacks player, just sat in the smoke in heaven. You hate to see it, but from the side of G2,
Vanya is 19-3.
yeah,
In 13 rounds.
yeah. Alternate attacks, you'd hate to see such a powerhouse already coming online so early in this series, and it's quite literally Vanya has only died in the rounds that G2 have lost. +1.
I like the confidence that Ali brings to the table right here, but doesn't find a frag into the main area. It's such a rough game for attacks, especially for your opener. I mean, it was kind of expected against G2, but the fashion in which they're doing it, it's just a tad too much. Petra finds Ellie as well, but Harmony and Blossy just pushing through this one. The reveal was so good. Sova 1-3 comes through. Amy at least trades this one out. Numbers advantage down. Amy with another frag. But Harmony can find the damage. The game changers sheriffs are there. Plant needs to come through. Vanya is the hero once again. It's only Ginger. The sentinel for alternate attacks. Well-beloved figure in the German scene, and she finds it. Finds Mimi. And they win against the anti-eco. G2 Esports might win pistols, but attacks wins the follow-up. It's still a Mount Everest uphill battle that they have to fight. But they live to die another day.
Yeah, honestly, heroic coming from Ginger, but you can see it now, hopefully in the replay. When this reveal comes through, 2 players that are instantly deleted from the side of G2. And does come down to the 1v2 clutch for Ginger. 24 HP. Walks away. And it was such a heavy investment actually coming in from G2. You had Vandals, you had Bulldogs, and the collection of that Bulldog really just was the thorn in the coffin for G2. As eventually they're undoing with the way Ginger utilized it, but this time going off for that off angle. barely gets out of there alive. A lot of information's been gathered. A lot of players have been shooting at her, and she's going to be able to relay that over to her team. Doesn't seem like they're wanting to rotate just yet.
I'm just waiting for what G2 is about to do. Better tactic than just rushing in there blindly. At least Ali is rotating. Playing the mobile part here. For the side of ATN, waits in Sworn until some more aggression has been shown by G2 Esports. Look, what are they trying to do? Knife? Won't gather as much information, but at least one gunshot hurt. Jade finds a double kill. Petra only able to trade herself. Former Big Omen Academy protege Jade finds the damage. Is she able to bring this game back for alternate attacks? At least winning some rounds would be good for the mental right now. Especially going onto Lotus, which will be an even harder feat to pull off. We have Dada and G2 Esports on that map.
Yeah, but look at this. They haven't even rotated from the side of alternate sites. There's already 2 players near to both of these bomb sites, and the confirmation comes in that it's going to be B. Embedded onto this upper box is Blossy. So once these smokes fall, this could prove difficult for G2 to deal with the overwhelming presence of these players for Swans, but they want to take the fight to them, and exactly what Petra does, and there's a headshot. That's it, followed up by Vanya Pro to name it into the hat as well. Amy wants to try to...
Ginger got
and
it!
even the ult vector, but Ginger stunned is able to connect these shots. That's back-to-back rounds for alternate attacks. That's all down to this Sage player, Ginger, doing heroics for this German squad.
We cannot let them unweave our world.
2 strong shoulders from the side of Ginger. Finds the angle, finds those kills, and it's so important. Especially for the mental of alternate attacks. The aim from Jade just too clean. Some shakiness from the side of Blossy.
One enemy remaining.
Trade against Ellie, then you're stunned and still finds the headshot onto Vanya. Short tech pause coming through. A little bit of a breathing moment for both teams. I think it's better for G2. The timing might be better for G2 Esports than for alternate attacks, who were just finding their rhythm into those games. But it was an expensive round in the end for them. Only half sheets on the board. No full sheets available for the
That's
lineup.
not necessarily the worst thing, though. When you're talking about when the full shield and half shield meta came into play, so it's because, well, if you're playing against a team that plays a lot of Vandals or is going for the operator choices, having half shield saves you, what, about 400 credits every round, and you're still going to die to a one-shot headshot from the Vandal anyway. Still 4 shots to the body for that Vandal too. So I don't necessarily hate it, especially because, well, there's a long way for alternate attacks to go. If the rounds are going to be as costly as the ones we've seen previously, when it comes down to that 1v2 situation that, well, in Ginger we trust really for those, they want to keep as many credits as they can to keep building up this economy, to be able to really have something to say against the large round deficit that they need to make up.
And they need to kind of claw themselves back into the game. It's a long way to go. We talked about the stages of uphill battles in the last stage as well already. And this more looks like a Mount Everest than a molehill. Such a hard feat to pull off, especially bringing down the mental capacity to fight a team like G2 Esports. We saw this in other sports. Playing against those superstar teams is always something that you need to be mentally prepared for. And it might be a harder feat to pull off than alternate attacks for it would be.
They have the stack right, though. If you're looking towards how alternate attacks are playing, you have Harmony holding that deep angle into mid. The rest of the players trained on this up-down towards the main. Oh, but they've been completely fooled by Petra, just trying to pull any sort of information. And both these players are fast rotated over, and it was all down to Bossy to try and just buy as much time, but no, the site is overrun in a matter of seconds.
And he only finds the clone. 12 seconds on the board. Shotgun's coming through. At least there is damage on rescue. Important to find this one. And Jade, look at the angle. Look at the flank! Finds Petra. But now the position is knowing. flashes into the main area. Ultimate as well, pulled as well. They're just waiting, and Jade finds it again. Double kill for her, but Vanya is onside rescue, also finds Ellie. And it's down to Blossy, down to the IGL. G2 Esports goes to match point. What a great side hold from them. Too clean from Vanya and rescue.
We're talking about the heavy hitters of G2. Just look at that score. The difference between the top and the bottom, sure, it's large, but for the players at the bottom, they're not even necessarily getting the chance to shoot back when Vanya and Rescue are just absolutely decimating them. 23-5 and 17-5. Just aggressive takedown mid. Ellie takes a lot of space, but gives it back up. Nothing seen. So that gives sort of warning alarms towards these main sites. It's going to be B that's
On my mark.
going to be under pressure, but yeah, even with this dimensional drift, Rescue's going to get so much information now there's absolutely no one home.
Just running into an empty bomb site. And planting the spike. Attacks once again needs to find a retake. Rescue hasn't been spotted by the knife. Do they know where she is? Peeks out of this one, finds Ellie! But just one frag going down. You can pick up the Vandal right now.
Res available as well.
Hunter's Fury comes through. Petra finds Ginger. No more in Ginger, we trust.
And that takes the res offline, so you can't even get Ellie back available. This feels like an impossible retake when you're looking at it now. Barely any HP left on Jade, but she's going to be pushing out towards Heaven.
One enemy remaining.
And also, Amy with the double kill. When Vanya is down, the rest of G2 steps up. Triple kill for Amy. And they close it out in dominating fashion. Welcome to VCT Game Changers EMEA Alternate Attacks. This was just a teaching moment for them. G2 Esports just runs over them on their own map pick. And Alternate Attacks seemed so inexperienced. Like, the overall inexperience on the big stage and playing against those higher caliber teams compared to contenders just bit them so badly this time. And you see it all across the score. But Vanya, what an amazing map from her.
Yeah, and when we can praise G2 all we want, because yeah, they were absolutely amazing, the domination that we saw, but I just want to highlight some of the positives that we saw from alternate attacks. We saw some amazing clutches, some really nice crisp kills. It's just, yeah, when you're talking about the sort of the difference between the top dogs really of EMEA game changers and sort of the newbies coming into the scene, I feel like they've just made it apparent.
Yeah, they just made the difference apparent, and we gotta say G2 is probably not the standard of your Game Changers team. It's the best team we have in our region, but they were just so dominant, running over alternate attacks. And it's not even about the first kills or holding the sides. Attacks planted the spike so often, especially at the start of the map. But G2 was just so much better in, on the one hand, holding sides once they planted, and on the other hand, just retaking and asserting overall control over areas. And attacks, in the end, just too hesitant and and not experienced enough to close this one out in any way. And oh my god, Vanya, 56% headshot rate on 23 kills is just crazy.
Yeah, it is pretty dominating as well. And if you want to look at the ACS and the damage around, you can see Vanya had her name in the mix every single time. And without getting too technical, when they were on that defensive side, because, well, realistically, that's mainly what we saw from them in this map. I love the setup that they were doing. It was either one of the two controllers playing with Mimi on the opposite side of the map. Mid was really ever contested until that eco round that we saw Rescue bring in that outlaw. And you can even see it on this heat map here. Barely anything was happening in mid. It was all towards these sites, which for the side of G2, it played perfectly into the setups that they were wanting to play because, well, they hyper focused on the two mains. They had Killjoy utility towards the mid, and when whichever place the Killjoy was playing, mainly you had 3 others, the pack of G2 pushing the other main. So the information, the gathering was constant for the side of G2, which then meant they could adapt their play, adapt their defense, and well, you saw how dominating it was.
Yeah, it was just no chance for alternate attacks to play around the side areas. Like we saw it in the heat map. Normally, heat maps are in a space where they might not always give you the information of how the game went, but in this case, it was just a perfect showing of what the alternate's problems were, that they weren't able to fight around those areas and to either keep those areas secured on the one hand, and on the other hand to, you know, get into those areas that all once one year is there. So a lot of problems for alternate attacks. I think that, you know, nervousness and inexperience plays a role on that as well, but G2 are just on a different level on that first map. I hope for a more competitive game on Lotus as our second map. We will go into a short break, pick up something to drink, pick up some popcorn. We hope it will be more entertaining in that next round. See you in another minute. Bye.
One enemy remaining. One enemy. One enemy.
Will not kill my ally.
One enemy remains. One. One enemy. You're dead. One enemy remaining. One enemy.
And with that said, welcome back to the VCT Game Changers EMEA. My name is Lakamask, and next to me is the great and wonderful Winter. And we are presenting you map number 2 of Alternate Attacks, Ruby versus G2000. Map number 1 was kind of the expected outcome if you look at the matchup, to be fair. Like Alternate Attacks, young lineup, first time into the Game Changers scene, and G2 Esports gave them the warmest welcome I can imagine. And in the end, won with 13-4 on enemy's map pick. We're going to Lotus, and I'm intrigued of what Attacks shows us right there, because they need to make a step up to overall be a challenge to G2 Esports, it feels like.
Yeah, and when we're talking about Lotus, they're undefeated, which it's yeah. I feel like this is one of the maps. Admittedly, some of the games came close, but well, I'm just gonna rattle off some of the scorelines. 13-7 versus Valiant, that's back in February. 13-7 against Shopify Rebellion. Admittedly, that was in an Instalock tournament, so the comp was a little different. It was when they had to have 3 duelists. But in the most recent split, 13-2 against Heroic, 13-7 and 13-8, both against Falcons Vega, who are one of the other sort of top teams that are contending for that first place and to qualify and be the second team representing EMEA in that championships in Berlin. So I think for this one, it's just going to be, I hate to be the bearer of bad news for the side of Alternate Attack, but if I was in this position, I'd be going into this with, okay, we're trying to get as many rounds as we can and just try and get as much experience as possible playing against, well, the Titans over GC EMEA. There's a lot to learn, and I feel like the amount of, well, wealth of knowledge that they're going to be able to get from this sort of VOD review when they go back and look at the games, that they're going to be able to adapt and hopefully have a better chance at some of the other teams in their group. But let's just get into that agent select. I'm not expecting to see anything different from the side of G2. You're going to be getting that Fade, the Killjoy, Omen, Raze, and the Viper, which is something that they've been going towards a lot. But I take the words right out of my mouth. There's a Deadlock, and I love Mimi for this. I am a Deadlock fan. This agent might not be the best agent on every single map, but believe me, I wish I could play on it. So I'm loving to see Mimi on this.
Yeah, Deadlock Race always a deadly combo with the Graphnet plus Nade combination. Also together with the Cypher, the sensors does a little bit more of work because you have this double sentinel setup. You're not focused on putting those sensors somewhere to cut your flank because they won't bring you as much impact there. But it counts for Alternate Attacks. They need to make a far stretch and a big step up to at least challenge G2 Esports on their own map pick. It's gonna be Lotus. They're undefeated this year on this map. The last loss came against Liquid Brazil at the last Game Changers Championships. It would be more than just a surprise if Alternate Attacks can at least make this competitive. But we are going into this one with fast play towards A side, probably from both teams. Oh no, Blossy is porting into B. And we just have Ginger onto A.
And it's not the worst map for the side of Alternate Attacks if you want to talk about their experience on it. They've got a 10-3 win record this year, but yeah, Petra's opening up that very nicely with a crisp headshot over towards that A-long, and you can already see the pivot that Alternate Attacks, they don't want to challenge towards B. They've given a little bit of information. Just the pivot over onto C, but there's no Cypher trips, just a Deadlock trap to be attacked, but it's not going to be popping off onto anyone just now. There it goes. That's the Deadlock trip we were talking about. Amy doubles up for herself on this site hold.
But Jade and Blossy are there as well. Trading this one back and forth, and at least the spike plan should go down. The double kill of Amy is so important to bring this map and to bring this pistol round into the arms of G2000. Jade is faking the plant. They want to fight this one into the CT area, but this might be a little bit much. Vanya starts it off like she ended on the last map. Jade falls down as well. Double kill for the controller of G2000. And in the end, it's a good start into that pistol round once again on the defensive side for G2. 3 pistols in a row for them. Ellie doesn't quite find the damage. Same goes for Blossy.
Oh,
And Jade waits a little bit too long.
Yeah, and you could even see in that replay there, I was talking about the deadlock trap. Admittedly, not necessarily Mimi is the one utilizing it, but Amy towards that backside gets the first on that satchel in. As soon as the player lower in water tries to swing out to trade their raise on that entry, well, they're completely stunned up, and it's a free pickings for Amy there. It does come down to that 2v2 situation. It's the fundamentals of G2 sticking together, isolating the 1v1s or even the 2v1s in the situations we saw there. It's another pistol round win. 3 so far in this series.
Yeah, chat is confused about this one as well. Flipping the script a little bit on what G2 is normally showing off.
Over there.
Which will probably go into C-side once again. Became kind of more the default in recent times. Especially compared to A, who was in the past. Cage is going up, Mimi on her own, but the execute of attacks will go on to B. They check the corner, Ginger gets the frag on Petra. Good opening, but Mimi and Rescue, once again, too strong for the side of attacks. Another flash and aftershock going into waterfall, but Vanya crashes on the side, triple kill for her. B side cleared, attacks down, G2 2-0 up.
Honestly, we've seen Vanya on every possible controller. We had, well, I believe it was Clove Vanya last split when absolutely decimating people on Icebox with that Clove pick. We've just seen it just now on Harbor, and look at that replay, the spray transfer, all headshots, a triple kill for Vanya on now an Omen. So she's really just stretching her legs really and just showing why she's one of the best GC controllers.
This beautiful stuff from Vanya. Said it, showing why she's one of the best controllers in GC, but Ellie opens things up for ATN, double kill for her. Just cleaning up Mount. Rescue on the other side gets Ginger, gets the lurk. Will end this one onto C once again. Petra needs to get out of there fast. The paranoia comes through as well. Players are detained. Nate goes through. Finds some space, but Blossy...
Oh, they're going to pivot to B, look. Yeah, look at where Jade is on B. They're going to be able to pivot straight through this door. And yet Rescue's going for their push, and she's able to drop the spike as well. There's plenty of time to regain it, but... Rescue wants a challenge.
So hard for ATN. Spike got back into their hands, but Ellie falls down. Double by Rescue. Make it 4 on the round.
Sorry, Manu.
Just cleans up Jade and Ellie. No problem for her. Triple kill by the young Dark Prodigy is not enough. And there's the biggest talent, and EMEA.
This kill here, though, is so important. If, like, sure, you could talk about possibilities if Rescue didn't necessarily catch that player. Sure, it's not as if it's a life or death situation for the Rays. Being able to drop that spike then just sort of put all the plans of alternate attacks on hold. It look from Jade went all the way through into B, was hoping to try and catch off those rotates in waterfall. Dropped the spike, delayed it, got Ellie stuck in that corner and pushed out as well.
And another one by Rescue. Ginger not fast enough on the trigger. No damage found. Vanya from 3 with another double. Alternate attacks falls apart one by one once again. Vanya aggressive port by Blossy. And it's Jade all on her own. Flashes herself into this one. Gets a frag to Rescue. But Petra's more than she can fight on her own. G2. Just a tad too strong from the side of alternate attacks. Vanya and Rescue. Just too strong for the new lineup in the Game Changers main event. They came from contenders and now have to fight the Dark Souls bottles.
Yeah, and you can see the idea that I believe it was Harmony and Ellie wanted to go for, especially after they see Rescue on that angle, gets the first, utilizes the second shot in that Outlaw to take out the Fade Prowler. They want to, well, run it down when she has nothing but a pistol to enable or is in the middle of reloading. And that's just easy pickings for Vanya then, who's just holding the cross from tree. So you can see they have sort of the right ideas, but it's just... G2 have protocols in place. They have the protection. And Vanya's position so important there. Nets up too, but also it saves basically Rescue from being ran down. And there's no bullets in the Outlaw.
Both showstoppers would be up and available. For the retake for G2 or for the side take for attacks. There are options. Fault line comes through. Mimi needs to push back into the C area. Spikes more move towards A. Attacks wants to end there, probably. Home and teleport.
Oh my
Was
god.
into A main, but didn't see anything.
I don't think that would have spotted out the spike either, just because of the distance. But Amy's going to have sort of the telltale signs that there are people coming through. And a
Twitch
lot of damage, just about surviving. Yeah, you're right. 2 HP to a name.
Such a tense situation. One nade a bit would have been enough to get off Amy. But no kill coming through. Now rescue with the showstopper. Finds Harmony. Finds the recon off the side of alternate attacks. Ginger with a great lurk. It's gonna be a B play once again. Rescue doesn't see Ellie. She swings around, but only 13 seconds on the timer. Jade needs to plant it. They stopped the plan from happening. The next round would fall down. Attacks all the chips in their bags. They might be able to close it out here to win their first round, to get themselves on the board. Retake from Waterfall for the side of G2, but Ginger with another double kill. In Ginger we trust, says alternate attacks. And it's only Mimi, only the other Sentinel.
Will ask of the IGL of G2, but he's going to put the best foot forward, taking down Ginger, at least revenging for the double kill just earlier towards Waterfall. And I love the pivot from alternate attacks. They consistently get in these lurks off, I've got to admit, especially going onto this B site. And that ultimate from Ginger there gives so much information, basically allows for the kill of Rescue, as I don't think Ellie was even necessarily expecting who to come behind, utilizes that, gets onto the bomb site with 10 seconds left actually, and that was the only thing that was worrying me. But because of how displaced G2, no one was there close enough to be able to, well, disrupt it. That's a round on the board now for alternate attacks.
Mixing up his speed a little bit. Tried to aggressively play this one around Rubble, but G2 was ready for this. I think it's good calling by attacks. Like, over the course of both maps, I think the calling and the general ideas that they had wasn't the problem. It was more of the aim and more of the holds of sides. Petra opens it up against Ellie. Showstopper goes into nothing. Smoke probably came a little bit too late from the side of Velocity. And so the duelist is down. No speed for a side tag. But they still invest the Rolling Thunder. 2 high impact ultimates already used by the side of attacks. Aftershock into heaven, and with that the spike plan comes through. But G2 numbers advantage for the retake.
Yeah, not only the numbers advantage, look at the utility as well. Alternate attacks barely have anything left on the board to utilize to hold this post plant in place. So it's really going to come down to winning those gunfights, like you said, had been a little bit of a struggle for them previously.
Player standing.
And they're showing again why.
Harmony on her own. Is she able to do something? She heard the drop. She heard Amy. This might be a frag, but Amy just too strong. The gunfights doesn't fall for alternate attacks. G2 just aim supremacy from their side. And once again, I don't think that necessarily the calling or the general ideas that attacks has are the problem. It's more of a, we don't get into the gunfights. Aim of G2 is much, much stronger right now. And then there is this experience of how to handle the situations and how to handle what attacks throws at them. Where G2 is just so much better because attacks doesn't have the experience of playing against teams on that level.
You also have the sort of, you have to take into account that alternate attacks are a rookie team. They're newer into the scene, and it's as if you put one of the Ascension teams in the main league up against, say, Fnatic or Heretics. There's definitely going to be that sort of divide, whether it's within how sharp some of the shots are and sort of the tactics. But what's concerning me is how little utility that alternate attacks have left when they are actually onto the site. So it does have to come down to those pure gunfights, when you can see, like, oh, if you have a flash, you can take flash-based timing somewhere and stuff like that to sort of stave off the retakes. And that's the only thing that I'm really concerned about when alternate attacks get onto the sites, because G2 are basically letting them in. And Alternate Attacks are expending so much utility just to get onto an empty site that G2 can just barrage them with, while running down with the numbers, since it's normally in a 5v4 situation that they're in, and also the rest of the utility that they haven't yet expended.
One enemy remaining.
Grafnet finds Harmony. Still not on the board. And Rescue with another triple kill. G2 just takes care of business, it seems. 6-1. Certainly another a different start than Attacks had imagined it. And the team play from G2 is just perfectly on point. There's the timeout from Cyphex. Needs to get something done. I mean, Attacks has the ultimates to take a side, right? There is the Nightfall. If you get a frag, there's a Newell Saft. You have Blossy to port on an off angle, especially combined with the Nightfall. This is very, very strong. But you need to get into position without using all your utility. You said as much. Like, in those post-lane scenarios, they have to bring it to gunfights because there's no utility on deck. Nothing left to play around with, so you need to focus on your gunfights. And their G2 is just a better team right here and right now. It's gonna be a rough one for Alternate Attacks, but they need to get some rounds.
Yeah, rough start for some of the Alternate Attack players. Although there is a round on the board, so it's not necessarily that much of an uphill climb if we were talking about a 7-0. There is something to stand on here. And when we're going into this is the next full buy for them. The previous was sort of upgraded pistols and, well, really severe lack of utility and firepower. So now this is going to be a good round for them if they can get back on board and sort of trying to put a stop to the momentum of G2, which, well, we can see how easily they can run away with it from Abyss.
You need to get the Abyss play out of their mind. That map wasn't well played by them, but in the end, you need to shake it off. G2 just plays through their defaults, just holding sides, inviting attacks to join them. Nightfall comes down from Harmony. This might be an option to go on side. Ellie, aggressive positioning, aggressive swing, but Amy finds the lurk. Ginger already done. And with that, no more flanking options for Alternate Attacks. They're trying to play this one through Hasby. Trying to get on side, but the positioning of Rescue might be what swings the scales right here. Attacks so insecure right now. So unsure where they want to go. But it will be a B execute. They are just running into the barrel of Rescue. Ali is the first one to find it.
Spike planted.
And Rescue gets that frag as well. Spike's gonna be planted on B side, but the position is so hard to hold. The pit plant. Always something that you can't really play around. It's only the two players from Hasby. Rescue finds another one. It's only Jade left on her own. Probably the best player from the DACH region right now. What can she do? Can she stop the defuse? No, Vanya stops it. G2 is on 7. And Attacks just doesn't look the same as they did in Contenders.
You were talking about, well, in that post plan, the positions are hard to hold. Well, they didn't necessarily have anything to hold other than the site itself. And, well, they had a realm of possibility into mini. But look at this now. You can even see on the minimap, they had no map control anyway. You had Cypher coming in from Waterfall. You had a rescue towards main with an operator. That's even harder to push. And then the Alternate Attack players were basically boxed like a fish all the way onto site. And it's sort of forcing them into that uncomfortable position where you're like, okay, where am I looking? Who's going to be peeking me first? And they're just all converging on the same spot together. And that's sort of one of the prowesses when we get to the teams like G2, like Falcons, is the coordination that they can bring to the table.
And that's what sets G2 apart right now. It's not that they necessarily bring their A+ game into that scene, it's just more coordinated. Just more aware of what they can do. And Attacks gets the side once again. This time, not as much utility invested.
Right,
Aimbot, Amy,
Showstopper
and
is going to
Rescue.
be invested.
Finds
Rescue takes down Harmony. Ellie is traded back out with Vanya, and it's down to Ginger in this 1v4 situation, going for the spam as well, and just nothing really available. Nothing is being given to Ginger other than Amy, and that's just really a consolation kill when Mimi trades it back out instantly, and it's 8 on the board. It's feeling like we're having a repeat of Abyss Akamask.
It's a reverse Abyss. At this point, ATX need to learn from what they are seeing right now, because G2 is sending them back to school. That feels like it's a whole other brand of Valorant than what we have seen in the contenders or even in the tier 2 scene. This whole German lineup, this family, as they call themselves. But it doesn't stand against G2 Esports. The best team in EMEA. Just with a big, big exclamation mark towards the whole league. We are still fighting strong, and Amy, once again, has the aim. Finds the frag onto Ellie. No opening. No engagement for the side of ATN. Harmony now finds another frag onto Amy. But it's too little, too late. Mimi is there as well, and it's only come down to Jade. Trying to fight it off. Trying to not let G2 get round number 9, but 1 versus 4 with only 3 HP on her hands. Winter, this one seems so over for alternate attacks.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem like G2 necessarily want to give the fights. Mimi just giving a little bit of a jiggle, trying to spam through the box as well. Looking for a third in the round. 1 headshot and 1 with the ult as well. So easy to miss the deadlock ult, I feel sometimes.
30 seconds left.
But not for Mimi. Not this time. Stun to the right. Stuns both of these players as well, but it doesn't matter. Mimi over the top. Able to close it out, and that's 9 on the board. And it doesn't look like they have any intention of slowing down. They want to make this double digits. Possibly even an 11-1 just by how dominating some of these rounds have been. Yeah, this site hold, you can just see it there.
Yeah. And it's also, Attack struggles so mightily with the mix-ups G2 is throwing at them. Right? Sometimes they can just easily take side where they throw so much utility out before the round has even properly started. And then G2 in the next round just holds the side where Attack is like, oh, they're gonna let us get through easily once again. So they are struggling mightily, running into problems. Either their utility is gone or they not use their utility at the right timing. It's just a constant struggle to keep up with what G2 Esports is doing. They are the best team in EMEA for a reason. And Vanya finds Jade once again. It must be so frustrating playing it against this G2 lineup. Against those amazing players. And G2 takes the fight to their enemies. Vanya gets another one. And no return from alternate attacks. Triple kill from Vanya. Petra makes it a full house. And in the end,
Last round in
no
the
hype, no close rounds. Attacks down by 9, 10-1, even before the halftime started. And it's a similar picture as it was on the side of Abyss.
I absolutely love that ultimate from Petra. The Nightfall just gained so much information over towards A, like sort of that deep A main position, and with Vanya's deep position over towards Rebel, able to peek out, able to pick up a couple for herself as well. So I just love the playing off the utility that we come to know G2 for. And it just seemed to be too much for alternate attacks. But what's too much for Rescue is a double peek into main, but Petra's there to trade it straight back out. And even juggles the operator as well, so there's no chance of a scoped weapon available for any of the other alternate attack players. Ginger spotted out. Paranoia use and force back. And even a utilization of Mimi's wall there has just cut off a complete avenue for the side of alternate attacks. You have the Cypher trips over towards C as well. So for the side of G2, all eyes are going to be set over towards this B site.
They're really stacked there. Face your fears. Nightfall coming through. Ellie already onto side. Tries to use her bot to get some information, but it's so smart. Such a smart play from the side of everyone at G2. Mimi gets another one. Finds Harmony. Picks her out of the occasion. Ginger swings around, gets a double kill. Also Ellie
One enemy
right there, and
remaining.
suddenly it's a 1v1 between Amy and Ginger. Cam's placed and Ginger finds it. Another clutch
I must wait a moment.
from the ATN Sentinel. Brings it to 10 and 2. Still a rough feat to put off, but Ginger, like the bright spot on that attacks lineup today, I gotta say.
Nice.
And I think that's what you have to look for. Yes, some of these kills coming in really nicely, especially this, basically, yeah, sure, 1v1, but it's a triple kill to close it out, 4 attacks to get this second round on the board. But they really need to look for the positives that they're getting from this series. You're having an official setting, your first official in the GC EMEA League, well, against the reigning back-to-back champions, well, a team that's lost 2 series this entire year within this ecosystem. They need to be taking it for what it is. They're getting the rounds, they're getting sort of the mileage done on this map against one of the best teams.
I gotta say, probably the hardest start you can get, right? It doesn't get harder than fighting G2 on your first ever GC main event game. And attacks not with the best of all showings, right? But in the end, this is what is expected from a new team into a new region for them. New grounds to find out they will be back into other games. And probably against another Odd One Out and K-Corp, things will look a little bit more up. Because G2 is just, the level of play is so much differently from basically every other team. Blossy, great positioning! Trades herself out, and with the frag of Jade on the other side, there is at least a chance in that pistol round. They are up, the plant is coming through, but the push into Waterfall might be unexpected. For alternate attacks, Amy caught out as well.
OV2 to the retake. G2 aren't necessarily known for the pistols, but they've had a good showing in this series so far, having 3 over the 4.
But in the end, Rescue dies down as well, and there's a pistol round.
Thanks.
Alternate attacks. It's Winter.
Shame.
I have seen this one before.
No.
Oh, no, they lost the pistol on Abyss, right?
And
Yeah.
G2 won all the pistols.
Yeah, G2 won all the pistols. I thought I
Other
would
than the
have
one
seen
we've
this
just
one
seen, yeah.
before. Yeah, okay, never mind. I've not seen the script before.
What alternate attacks were able to do was on the
Yeah, they won on
second half
the...
pistol, they won the
Anti-Aircraft.
follow-up with, yeah.
Yeah, my bad. So attacks. Small sign of life. Coming back into this, clawing themselves back into this one. It's still a hard feat to pull off, but maybe some more rounds of experience under their belt would be good.
So all you can ask for at this point is another round on the board, prolonging the play. And it's a full eco from G2. Upgraded pistols is all that you can speak of. Not even any armor on these players, so if they are going into Ellie at all, it could be devastating. But it's Blossy that's thrown a name into the hat.
Blossy!
1, 2, 3, and 4, 5! An ace! Orbi an eco ace! The first ace over this player in VCT EMEA, and she's going to be taking that wherever she can against G2 of all teams.
We don't care if it's an eco ace. Blossy aces it for alternate attacks in their first ever main event series. Right click in the face. And G2 goes down without a fight onto that A side. Good bonus round now for alternate attacks. Full shields on the board for G2, so that outlaw won't have that much of an effect. But this might be good for the mental for attacks. No matter the circumstances, no matter if it's an eco ace, you need those moments for your mental, especially in a rough series like this. G2 back on a full buy. This might be round number 11. Would be important for attacks to pull this one off. Fight them off the side and maybe get one more footing, with more footing onto that map. It would be a bigger comeback than Linkin Park this week, but Jade opens it up.
That's gonna be spike planted as well. Not necessarily got the manpower for this hold for the retake, but what they're gonna do is isolate the 1v1 zone to either side. That's Bossy down and Ginger, one of the clutching factors for alternate attacks when it comes to these rounds. Petra's gonna double it up, pick another one onto Harmony, taking down the opposition Fade. And now they've just turned the turned the round completely on his head. 5v4 turned into a 4v2. Kills all going in favor of G2, it seems. Petra picks up a third in the round. Rescue, hunting, searching. Doesn't want to let Jade save. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Jade down, Rescue with the kill. And 11 for G2.
2 more to go for G2 to end this evening in a quick fashion. Attacks with small signs of life, but it's not enough. We'll take this one over the finish line. Aim sits perfectly for the side of G2.
This goes here.
Important round for attacks if they want to have any say in their situation.
Yes, this should do. Oh, this is enough. This goes here.
11 and 4 is hard enough. The defense certainly looked better than the offense. G2 once again playing for the A side, running into a small stack of alternate attacks. 3 players there, Blossy on a fast rotation in the connector. Forward line in hand, Jade. Are they willing to take the fight now?
Seeming like it's going to be a trap play. As soon as Harmony gets, you can see the stuns being held by Jade over towards Tree. As soon as Harmony gets contact, that stun is likely to follow, especially after that tap there. Stunned, swing. Ellie picks up one, but only one. And then the showstopper pop by Rescue. Amy doubles it up. And yes, it was a trap play, but who really fell into the trap there? G2 walk away smiling. 4 players alive against the 2, but is Jade going to be overlooked? They know the breach was near. Gets the first, gets the second, but it's finally traded back out by Amy. 3rd for her in this round. 16 HP. We've seen clutches from Ginger in the past. Has been sort of the steady one for alternate attacks in these situations. Heroics is needed.
Heroics are needed. And the Valkyries are not even playing. Ginger, what can she do? Is she able to get the frags? She needs to isolate someone. She finds the isolation double kill! Ginger clutches it again! Crazy! Like, Ethics not having the best showing, but Ginger!
I always
At least the sign of life. There is some light at the end of the tunnel because Ginger is so calm.
Someone give this player a cookie because she is sort of the main one to look for in this roster that's really been putting the rounds on the board. No matter how close they get, it's the rounds that count in the end. Alternate attacks up to 5, an improvement from Abyss. And it's all thanks to Ginger. Just look at that scoreboard, 14 and 12, and how many of those kills have been so impactful. And especially, we've seen rounds with that Neural Theft turn the tide before. Even after the trap play over towards A doesn't work out. This time G2 wants to take their chances into B. Rescue satchels to her death, and even a rolling thunder is going to be invested, but Petra already takes down Harmony before that's going to be followed up. And it's just a barrage of players running out of B. But, well, the rest of G2, they're okay. You can have B. You can have B main. We're going to A, and that's where we're going to plant this spike.
I like the mentality from alternate attacks, not giving themselves up. The situation is so rough. Used to go 10 and 2 after the first start for the 2nd time in a row, and they still don't give themselves up. They are still fighting for a chance. Let it be so slim. Amy trades herself out, but Vanya still there, still on site. The trade goes for G2 Esports. It's only Ellie and Blossy. It's only Ellie and Ginger. Ginger clutched so often, that often today. Can she do it again?
Oh, but this is that one amazing piece of util from Mimi. If either of them want to get out, they're going to hear that it's been utilized. They're going to hear that they've taken that out. But now they're going to know both of their Vanya crossing at the ready. And it's just like she's playing, well, just playing in sort of the ranges. Headshot after headshot. And that's 12 match point, series point for G2. Even after the, well, bit of an unfortunate start. Rescue satching it to a death, and Rolling Thunder being followed up on. And when we're coming back to this site, great util from Mimi.
And
So the grab net over towards drop alerts Vanya to the players emerging from it.
Atex just peeks all alone. It's gonna be a hard fight. G2 Esports wants to bring the fight to alternate Atex, but Atex goes likewise. 3 players onto Mount, and Vanya finds the headshot, finds another frag, double kill from her side. Only Blossy had mode available. Rescue and Petra join in the fun. Jade known, peeks out of the smoke, but gets traded by Vanya. At least 1 kill. It's only Ginger. The clutches were nice, but this might be the end for alternate Atex debut. Ginger all on her own. Tries to peek into water, out of waterfall.
Face your fear.
Face your fears. Nightfall comes through, but Ginger now known. My territory, my rules, and with the most anticlimactic ending, Ginger will be pulled into her death. G2 Esports wins, and the first outing of alternate Atex Ruby in the Game Changers main event falls in the hands of G2 Esports in dominant fashion. Atex needs to learn from this loss because G2 just in an absolute dominant fashion. There were spots of light. There were bright spots for ATN, but G2 were just a different beast today.
And you're talking about different beasts. It's not even necessarily just one player. We've seen pop-offs from all of these players shining through, but especially in this last map, Vanya and Rescues. Clutches as well from Petra and Mimi, and the utility across the board has just been on point for G2. Even coming into Abyss, sure, not necessarily one of the main teams to look for in regards to comparison for how G2 might possibly play on it in the future, but we've seen a new look G2 on that map. We've seen alternate attacks on it as well, and a little bit of a comp change on this map that I'm loving with the Deadlock addition to Mimi.
Yeah, I love the Deadlock as well. I think it somewhat falls into the same angle as we had with the Ascent comp mix-up. I like the combination as well of Cypher and Deadlock. Also, the combination of Wraith and Deadlock both works really, really well for me, and G2 just showing off in great fashion. In the end, just a better team overall, and alternate Atex without many struggles, G2 just rushes over them, clears out their first sort of challenge of the week, and tomorrow against K-Corp there will be another matchup waiting for them, but today, you know, they had a fairly easy one, we have to say. But Atex, they had their moments, right? They just need to be more consistent and shake off that nervousness that we have seen in some of those moments.
Yeah, for sure. And when you're talking about having their moments, even on this screen now, you can see that there's, well, 7 to 11 in regards to the first kills. It's not highly in favor of G2 necessarily for what we can see in regards to the round wins, but it's really important for alternate attacks not to walk away from this as like, oh, we've just been 2-0'd, we've just been absolutely decimated 13-4, 13-5, but it's the fact that they had signs of life coming into it, and especially looking at that first blood, they were regularly being able to set themselves up at the start of the round. Great, utilize getting that first pick. It's just sort of the follow-up and the protocols that might not necessarily be in place to the standard that are needed when you're coming into this league. When you can see the amount of times G2 were able to convert when they were in that 4v5 deficit is sort of the main thing I think was holding alternate attacks back from getting a few more rounds, is the follow-up from it.
Yeah, also I was like, Atex has a lot to learn from those VODs, right? They will rewatch those maps and will learn from it. It's a learning experience. It's your first split in the main event. You can't expect everything to go perfectly, but in the end, G2, just a different caliber right now, right? You already said it, the protocols were in place, and Atex seemed to struggle with what G2 were throwing at them, especially on the defensive side of Lotus. This was really, really visible. G2 were mixing up defensive approaches where they, on one round, stopped them while entering the site, and on the next round just let them go on site, which messed up the Atex utility game so much, because you talked about it a lot in game and you recognized this one, that Atex, once they were on site and planted the spike, there were no more utility on deck for them. And I feel like G2 kind of baited this with switching up their playstyle, because Atex need to clear out angles with utility if G2 holds those angles, and if G2 wants to stop them in approaching the site. But G2 mixed this up very, very cleverly from we are holding side into we are retaking, so that attacks had to throw out their utility in anticipation that G2 is on site, but they weren't. And so in the end, attacks didn't have anything left on the tank at the end of the round.
Yeah, and that's what it sort of comes to then, is what is left at the end of the round when all is said and done. Where is the round going, to you or to your opposition? And well, today it went over to G2, and you can look at the results. It was a 2-1 versus in the BBL heroic match, and honestly I was expecting a little bit more of a closer third map. It was honestly utter domination. I believe it was something like a 13-1 for BBL over on Sunset there to close out that series. And then coming into G2 alternate attacks, what we've just seen is sort of going along that similar trend of easy 2-0 victory and not necessarily that closer games. And yeah, just looking at the standings here, it was a 13-9 on the first map, 13-5 on the next, but going into the last, you're expecting a little bit of a closer game, 13-1, and that puts BBL towards the top of the day 2 charts in Group B, and G2 goes in top in Group A, and I believe that's because of the round difference compared to KC's game yesterday.
Yeah, it goes down to the round differences. You already said as much. But those two first place teams we will see tomorrow in one of the two groups as we go through our matches. This will be G2 versus Carmine Corp, probably the biggest matchup of this Group A. Probably also the storylines behind this one are so interesting. Galance and Broxy once again fighting their old teammates, and the match afterwards, Turkish aim on par, Giants versus BBL Queens. Entertaining matches across the board. I will be back for the first match of the day tomorrow. K-Corp was G2. You will be back for the second one, if I remember it correctly.
Yeah,
And
Giant X BBL is going to be absolutely amazing. It's going to be the sort of the Turkish derby between the Turkish squad of Giant X and then, well, the full Turkish squad of BBL. So that's definitely one to watch for any of the Turkish fans in chat, and it's definitely going to be a banger.
yeah, definitely gonna be two bangers ahead for us. And in the end, what you gonna say more? You know, all those game changers games are bangers. In the end, all those teams are great and amazing. And with that, I think we two are finished for the rest of the day. Thank you very much, especially to you, Winter. We're a great experience with you, and much love to the production in the background. We had some issues today, but I feel like everyone solved them really professionally and really, really good. And people did their best in the end. It was a really, really good day with some hype matches. We are hyped for tomorrow. Some last words to you, Winter.
Yeah, I just talking about the tomorrow's matches. I know this is completely unfair for me to ask today, but who do you think is going to come out on top from that G2 KC match, especially since what we've seen from G2 today, and especially from Carmine Corp from the 2 days previous on Friday?
I'm gonna be casting this one, right? So I kind of have to answer it.
Yeah, you have to answer it.
I always like Carmine Corp, right? I always like their playstyle. I'm a big Roxy fan, I have to admit. But I think G2 might be too much to pull off. As you already mentioned in the pre-show, G2 only lost 5 maps throughout the year. But I think Carmine Corp will get them their 6th map loss. I think it's gonna be a 2-1 for 2-1 for G2 Esports. And in the second matchup, BBL looked promising today, especially compared to the last split. So I think maybe BBL will have some chances, especially since it's the first game for Giant X in the split. But what do you think about the matches?
I have to be going into it with a hopeful heart that we're going to get a 2-1 series, but in regards to the G2 Carmine Corp game, but from like you even said, like, it's just been such domination from G2 throughout this entire year. It's not necessarily just in the split previous, in any sort of off-season tournaments that they've been playing. They've lost 2 series, Akamask, and neither of those were against Carmine Corp. One was against Falcons, one was against Odd One Out, and that even both of those were really close games. So when I'm talking about what I'm expecting from the G2 Carmine Corp, I'm hoping that we're going to get to that 3 maps. And then I don't want to comment necessarily on the GX BBL game because I am ready to delve into it tomorrow and I have so much to say. So I don't want to waste any more time for anyone else. Is bedtime for some of you guys. Go get some food, go get some sleep, and make sure to be back here tomorrow, same time. Akamas is going to be going through the first one. I'll be on the second one. But for now, have a nice sleep, sweet dreams, and good night.
And enjoy the match highlights. Goodbye, guys.
One enemy remaining. Player standing. Enemy down. One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Killed. Breach killed. Last player standing. Spike. Yeah. One enemy One enemy One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy. One enemy. 30 seconds left. Enemy down. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.